I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my boons as in desert crumbs blown. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack notebooks on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my boons as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know. Breaking status quo, reaping what I sow. Artistry like Van Gogh, get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my boons as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror, oh oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Zoe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, father. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see all of you guys today, and I appreciate all of you guys coming in tonight to discuss this subject, because I know it is not an easy one and it was very unexpected for us to get this news. I was hearing it through the grapevine and I'm like, well, I don't know about that, because Tony is not an elderly guy, right? He's a little older than me, but not terribly older, right? So it was just very unexpected. And I thought, wow, that's interesting. I wonder why people are saying that. And so I did text Jen and Jules, and sure enough, and thank you, Jules, for being here. Um, but sure enough, that was um, true. So I don't know any of the specific details, and I would just encourage people to kind of let things ride a little bit, let the family have the time to grieve. Tony had a big network and knew a lot of people, right? Because Tony was involved in a lot of things. He was very family oriented, but also involved in his children's lives, and wanted the best for everyone. So when I first saw Tony Matthysse, and I do believe it was Pascal who got Tony and Seth together, and Tony became the spokesperson or a spokesperson for Seth, right? And the only thing that Tony wanted was, and I thought it was very genuine and authentic at the time as well, was for the family to work together, right? He really just was very good at people and relationships. Tony was a lot like a mentor in his life, but then also with the people that he cared about. And he wanted people, and he saw the best in people, and he wanted to see them do their best, right? So he would help him get that. He would help people get there. And I remember Seth like starting to wear polo shirts, and I'm like, oh, Seth, that looks really nice on you, and because I'm from that business world too. Same thing with Jen, so because her and I are both realtors, that's one thing we clicked on. Um, and it took a little bit for Tony and I to build the trust up, and but he was very much a part of when I went for Pig Fest, and just kind of um, like I said, he just wanted the best. So he just wanted to make sure that everything was being done correctly and that we were absolutely representing Sebastian the way that he needs to be represented. And so I was very grateful for Tony. And I don't think a lot of people know this, but he also helped me with Devlin Tate's case as well, because that's the kind of person Tony is. And I ended up getting boats, and I need to actually also speak to them about when they're going to want to get on the water. I don't know if there's a certain time because that water freezes over, and that sort of thing. But if it wasn't for Tony, I wouldn't have put the flyer out for search boats for the area, because he asked me where Devlin went missing from. He looked at a map really quick and he said, wow, there's a lot of water there. And I said, yeah, there is. And he said, well, you need to get some boats out there with sonar to look. And I said, yeah, you're absolutely right. And he said, put the word out to guys that have boats, and a lot of times they're willing to help. So again, that's the kind of guy that I knew Tony to be. In the beginning, I just, figured, okay, yeah. And then I started getting a little bit, like drinking the Kool-Aid a little bit, right? With some of the things that people were saying about Tony, like, I think Brad, you were commenting that one of the other YouTubers was talking about how, Tony was just in it for money or publicity. But Tony's the kind of guy that, the news outlets, the police, and other people choose to talk to, right? Because Tony is a gentleman, and because Tony knows how to talk to people. Again, Tony knows how to deal with people. He does it for a living, and he's good at it, or he wouldn't have the lifestyle he has. There was some wretched things that were said, right? But then I started to realize that there's Tony again with Seth helping him. There's Tony helping Bulwer and Betty. There's Tony helping with all of this, right? The rescue ride, the whole thing. He was still there helping Seth, and, just being the good guy that he is. Chuchi, thank you. She says, my deepest condolences goes to the Matthysse family and Seth Rogers. Yeah, it's so sad. And again, Tony had a lot of friends and family, thanks, Chuchi. I mean, so that's the thing. There's so many people that are, suffering through a great loss right now, and unexpected. And, yeah, it's hard. Hey, Cinderella. Hey, Marion. Good to see you. And Gail is here. And Jen, thank you for stopping in. I know you're going to get some sleep. Jen and I are just not on the same exact schedule. And so I was just so sorry that I couldn't make your live, Jen. And then I'm going to play it today, because Jen knows Tony better than I do, right? And again, like I said, I just kind of started talking with Tony in October. I apologized to Tony before that because he had come in one of my lives. And I was like, hey, Tony, I just want to say that there was a couple videos out there where I wasn't pro, what you're doing, but I'm very pro what Tony's doing, because I realize that a lot of the crap that people say that don't know anybody in the situation, and that's just very much all it is. And if it wasn't for Pigfest and me going there, I wouldn't have realized that. Right. I wouldn't have realized that a lot of this crap that goes on the internet is like so bad that people will make other people, and even I fell for some of it, believe that something is true when it's not, and yeah, Miss Ann, that's why I wanted to make a post. And I know that was not, I mean, it was kind of generic, but I wanted to post something because I know people were wondering, is that true? I mean, I was too. I'm like, oh my God, really? Um, so yeah, it was super unexpected. Hey, Catherine, good to see you. Good to see you, Bo. Hey, Bo. Yeah, rest in peace, Tony. Yeah, yeah. And it's my understanding that he went peacefully in his sleep too. So, yeah, Bo. And I wanted, because she puts things into perspective too better than I can. Because like I said, she got to know Tony better than me, and you know, um, I don't miss Anne, but I think it was a stress, right? Jen was saying a broken heart, and I think it's just stress. Stress is the number one unaliver, right? It is. It is the number one. And it's because stress can put you down. It just can put you down. And people that keep going too, right? Like Tony does, and my mother was like that too. It takes its toll on them, right? So some people will be like depressed in a different way, where they're like always in bed. Some other people fill their time so they don't feel the stress, right? So I don't know. And he also was dealing with some losses himself. Um, and so, yeah. Um, Really, really unfortunate. Hey, Kylie, good to see ya. I know, Jules, and you're another person that knew Tony, better than I did, or longer too, because I believe you guys were working in the beginning as well. And here's the thing, like I said, Tony was very good with people, and he was very good at, realizing someone's potential, but then he also was like not having it if you didn't fit his standard. Look, this is what I'm talking about when I had to build trust with Tony, and Tony's building trust with me, right? And he was absolutely protective of Seth, always, always, and he wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to be a liability, right, on the team. He wanted an asset on the team, not a liability. And again, if you're from the business world, you understand what that means. Lori, it's so good to see you. Hey, Lori. So, because it's not about, being hateful or thinking you're better than other people, but just sometimes that some of us do better and some of us don't. And he wasn't having it in Sebastian's case. They dealt with a lot of fuckery, right? And I put that on a video today because that's how I deal with things. And if other creators or other subscribers of other creators like Mob Crew doesn't like the way that I deal with pain and suffering and awful things in this world that I'm covering on my own channel, then you don't have to look at my channel, right? You just don't. But to go up there and shame me and then not even show, my logo or anything, that was a real fucking shit fuck way to handle a situation. But it's not about you. It's not about me. And that's the thing, that it was difficult, I think, for Tony too, knowing that even though people want to keep it about Sebastian, it becomes about other things entirely, right? Carrie Reviews is a very small channel that's had the same exact footage out of what Mob Crew showed, and everybody's like giving him credit like he figured it out and cracked some kind of code. I'm not jumping on that bandwagon. I showed it on my channel the other night and I didn't point it out because I was reviewing him and I was trying to show him a little bit of respect, but fuck me for doing it. And yes, I think the green hoodie looks like Conan. Sue me. You know what I'm saying? Like, too bad. If you don't like it, then don't look at it. I thought it was fucking hilarious. And by the way, I didn't even do it. That was somebody else's brilliance, not mine. But I love it and I posted it. So deal with it. Because again, it's not about you. It's not about me. It's about Sebastian. Hey, Sandwich. Good to see you. Good to see you, Brad. Also, good to see you, Lisa King. Thank you for being here. And guys, we can agree with other creators and not agree, right? It's just fine. It's not a hatred thing. I even posted that before on my channel, on my community post. Because again, I don't go around, if somebody says something negative about me, right? I'm not going to strike the channel. I'm not going to say, oh, copyright. I'm not going to report it. I didn't even do that when they were trying to like surface all of these mugshots or say that like I was dating somebody that was a horrible killer and then I was, stabbing people, and they were saying all of these things about me. And not one of them was true, and I didn't report them or anything. I mean, I reported my stalker and got a restraining order, yeah. But other than that, I don't play those twisted games. I don't play that. I don't even have time to watch other creators. The only reason we got started playing Mob Crew again was because you guys were like, hey, lady, did you see the video? And then I'm like, oh, yeah, that's interesting, right? And then I was like, but here's the thing. It would have been much better if he would have used the footage that I had from the Texas Roadhouse that he was talking about. I mean, yeah, it's during the day, but he could have showed that instead. But it's just like a certain type of a weird thing because he's talking about clicks and all this stuff. I'm not a click with anybody on here. But let me tell you that I went and stayed with Jen for Pig Fest. She opened up her house to me, and her and Jeff let me stay at their house, and they don't even know me at this point, right? Like, they know me because I've talked to Jen several times on the phone and stuff. But that doesn't mean anything. I could have been, a psycho weirdo, and Jen and Jeff allowed me to come there. And it was funny because Tony thought we were all fucking batshit crazy. He's like, lady, maybe you should get a hotel or something. Because I mean, like, it's kind of strange, right? Maybe this is you don't want to stay somewhere where you don't know what if something happens or something, right? But it was a lot of it too because he didn't know how I was going to react at Pigfest, knowing that they were not wanting Sebastian's flyers there and different things of that nature, right? And Tony smoothed a lot of stuff out that way as well. And we were there wearing Sebastian on our sweatshirts and stuff and on our t-shirts. And it was a wonderful time. And that's when I met Jen Gentry, and I love her. I love her so much, Jennifer Gentry. Good to see you, Deanna and Shadow. Good to see you. And hey, also wanted to shout out. I see, hold on. I saw one more person that I didn't shout out. Lover Girl is here. Hey, Lover Girl. Good to see you. That's the one I didn't shout out. And it is very, very sad. It's extremely sad. But I developed friendships with these people because I was there to help support Sebastian and Seth, So that's how it's not a clique. It's far from a clique. It's like people being drawn together and thrown together and said, maybe by God, and said, this is what you guys are going to be hanging out with for Sebastian. So deal with it, right? But then we ended up developing great friendships, and I'm very grateful. That's why it hits so hard. It hits really, really hard. Um, so yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you, couponing. Good to see you, Super Sleuth. So it's just this is gonna be a tough one, guys. I mean, that's why I'm pulling Jen in for help, because I go over and watch her live, and I'm like, oh, well, this is well said. No, he didn't make a dime, Deanna. He didn't make a dime. Look, Tony's a generous person. And that's the real shit kicker of the situation, is that any of these people can turn around and say the ugliest things about someone, and everybody starts hating on them for no fucking reason whatsoever. It's sick. It's sick. And it's happened to me multiple times. It was happening to me last night. And I'm like, you think I really give a fuck what you think? I still think that shit's hilarious. Hello, Hope Floats. And that's how I deal with things. And if you don't like it, then bite me. Blessed in Florida says Tony Matthysse was a blessing to many in the true crime community, those who could call him a friend or truly blessed to do so. May God bless his family and friends. Rest in peace, Tony. Yeah, and he made tons of friends online. Tons of friends online that stuck by him even when they were doing that horrible shit to him that they ultimately did. I mean, when I started swaying my opinion, it was like in the beginning, right? Like after the Red Polo interview with Pascal, right? And it was like, I thought he was in it for Sebastian, I started wondering. I'm like, is he making any money? And then I realized, okay, let me look and see. No, it doesn't appear that he is. I mean, it's not like he had a channel. He was volunteering his time, his free time from work, and if he's willing to do that for Sebastian, just think about all the other people he was willing to do that for in his life. It's just because that's the way he is. The last time I talked to Tony, he called me because I had a question for him about something. And I texted him, and he gave me a quick call, and he couldn't be on the phone long. But he absolutely answered my question for me. Right? And Tony's kind of one of those, the voice of reason people that I needed to speak with at that time. Right? So, yeah, it's a huge loss, Kylie. It's a huge loss. Yeah, he is. He's just very nice. He is. He's very nice. And I got to say hello to him and meet him for the first time was at the gathering. So, and I said hello to him. And the thing is that people who are still in the professional realm, like if I was to go get my real estate license, I would be afraid that somebody would try to get me fired from my job, right? If I still did YouTube in Sebastian's case and that sort of thing, because that's how they are and that's what they do. And they go after your family and they go after your job and they do these horrible things because it makes them feel better, right? They like to see people fail. And they're doing that to somebody like Tony who likes to see people succeed. And it's very disgusting and wrong. It's so wrong because none of that shit that they were saying was true, Sam, at all. None of it. Hey, Holly. None of it at all. Hey, Paige. Paige Turner says, hey, it would be nice if there was a timestamp to get the start of the program instead of having to go through all the music and animated stuff before. Well, Paige, all I can tell you to do is just wait till 15 minutes after I start, and then you guys will be right in line with where you want to be on the stream. I'm never going to not put up all of the people that I'm trying to advocate for on my screen with music because it pumps me up before my show, and I'm intending on pumping you guys up for the show. So I'm sorry that you don't enjoy that page, but that's all I can tell you to do, honey. Just go right to 15 minutes into the live after it starts. Yeah, Sally, it was ridiculous. He's mad because of something that was said in my chat. He's mad because I called it out that they couldn't have done a test, right, for the cemetery because the houses were there. So the houses are fucking huge over there. And there was no way that they did a test because that the houses weren't there when Sebastian went missing though. So now that the houses are there, it's not the same test. And he had to admit that. So he's a little bit upset about that. And instead of doing the right thing, he, has a vendetta. And that's fine. I don't really care. Um, I'm always going to be humorous. I'm always going to be because life is too short. Life is just too, it's just too short. And when my friends are sad and my family is sad, that's what I do. And that's always who I've been. When my mom was dying of cancer, I made her laugh because I think that's the best medicine. So if you don't like it, what does Seth say? Fuck off. Fuck off. All right, if you don't like it, right? Witchy. Hey, Witchy. Good to see you. I'm so behind in the chat. I apologize. Yeah, I know, Jules, and they'll get a hold of other people that you're helping and be like, "Oh, guess what? Guess what about this person?" And it's like, "What?" Yeah, I know. Jules says, I mean, there's people in this chat who hated me because of these people who were saying until they actually got to know me, and that's okay. We are all together now, and it's amazing, a support group. And, that's the thing, Jules, like, I think you're absolutely right where all of us have come together and we've kind of like done it because of our experiences in Sebastian's case because for the life of me I can't understand how they could take someone like you or a professional like Tony or someone like Jen or someone like me who's accomplished things in their lives and we're taking our life in a different direction and helping, right? Or we are someone who's always been helpful. It doesn't really matter. Um, it's about doing it, actually getting out and doing things. And these people that don't, and they're just sitting there behind a computer pissed off, maybe go help. There's a lot of creators that could have, because this event was known for a long, long time about going in front of Sumner County Sheriff's Office for Sebastian um, well in advance. And there could have been so many people that could have come there and supported that effort, right? But they didn't. All they had to do was show up. All they had to do was just come there, and they didn't, you know? So, oh yeah, Jen and Jeff are my people, for sure. For sure, for sure. Um, and that's the thing, no one can ever take that away from us and they get upset about it and call it a clique. But it's not a clique. It has nothing to do with a clique. It has something to do with people coming together who very much care for each other and are trying to find Sebastian. And people that are willing to just come out there and help. You guys have no idea how many good people I know in Sumner County. It's not a clique. Right? It's about the people that come together to help find Sebastian. Those are my people. The people that just want to sit behind, and look at footage all day long, that's great. But there has to be more than just that, right? We have to do more than just that. So that's how I feel. And hello, Tony Fire. Good to see you, hon. He says, Mr. Matthysse, rest in peace, friend. Thank you for everything you did for Seth and Sebastian, a real gentleman. Rest in peace. And Tony Fire, you were accused. You were accused, Tony, of being Tony Matthysse. Aw, it's so good to see you, my friend. Thank you for being here. All the ridiculousness in Sebastian's case, too. Tony was there, dealing with all of it. Hey, Brenda. Good to see you, darling. Yeah, so sorry to hear about Tony. I know it's tough. It is very, very tough. I'm almost sure I bet my money that if anyone is going to act fuck out, you, Lady Freedom. Well, I'll tell you, Sam, I got really close. I'll tell you, if I was right next to Jen when that officer was close to her like that, I don't know what I would have done. You know, I'm like thanking God for putting me where I was at that point because Jen's very little. I mean, you guys can see her on the videos and stuff from when we were there. She's small, right? And like, if I have to body check an officer, oh my God. And then you guys will be sending me money for bail or something like that. It's like, oh man. But no, it was exactly how it was supposed to be. And you know, I'm glad for Jen. She said, "What's your badge number?" And I said, "Yeah, get his badge number, Jen." You know, because that's the way you handle it. You handle things differently. And Jen's going to talk about that in her live. I'm going to shut up and play her live too. So, um, I think it might have been C after reading Mr. and Mrs. E's post. Oh, I didn't read their post. Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, Detroit, and good to see you also. Hey, Animal Mother. No reason to go to Tennessee now. Just kidding. Aw, no. Um, well, look, there's a lot of areas that people don't know um about Sebastian, you know? So, yeah, you're right, IML. Tony and his wife are the ones that bailed BHB out of jail. Yeah. Yeah, right. Eat my shorts. I remember that show, Animal. I'm so behind in chat. I'm sorry. Aw, hey, Bubby. Good to see you, sweetie. They destroyed his reputation online. Yeah, they tried to. They tried to really, really hard, didn't they, Lover Girl? I don't think I mean, it didn't phase me. Actually, like I said, it didn't take me long to kind of realize that that was kind of a lot of BS, you know. Here's the thing, none of us are perfect. But like I said, Tony's the type of person that does try to mentor people. Um, and you know, he wants the best for people, other people. Those people were jealous. And I have to say they're jealous. There's the only reason to do that, you know? I know. I think only the good die young, Holly, you know? So, yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, he was there. He was there a bunch, for a lot of this. And, Tony would go on camera. Tony would, he would do the whole um 9 yards, right? It's just when it gets personal, it is very horrible when they go personal. Um, it's just and I experienced a small bit of it and I still have it. I mean, I have people that like hate my guts, Sam, completely hate my guts. And that's fine. Um, I don't care. People could say what they want to say, but it does get to the point where, and I mean, BJ's one of them, where they've done her like so freaking dirty over and over and over, and I get she engages. I totally understand some of it, even from the other side of the coin. But I just don't condone people doing that to other people. It's like if you don't like somebody, don't watch them, you know? So. And with that being said, I probably will not be reviewing Mob Crew anymore. Okay, so don't be mad at me and don't unsubscribe or whatever. I mean, if you want to unsubscribe, you can. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not going to do that. And you guys don't realize it's very easy for me to sit back here. I could get some chips and dip even, like, and just and just sit here. And you guys would have no idea. I just mute my microphone, just sit back. I mean, that's easy, right? That's easy for me to review Mob or anybody, even Jen. I'm gonna review Jen though. But I review people that I like. And so um that's what's weird. That's what's really, really weird to me about that whole situation is that I do review people that I like. And so obviously I'm not liked by him. So, but that's fine also. But I probably won't be like reviewing him anymore, guys. Plus, we found out that like the video that he was referencing is the same one that Carrie Reviews had. Like I showed it all because Bo was like, "Oh, it looks like that," and I was like, "Oh, wasn't Carrie's like more over by the trash?" Because there's like a sidewalk, and then there's like trash bins, and it's like a brick enclosure, right, where they keep the dumpsters. Because it's a nice area. Like they're not going to have some dumpsters just out where everybody can see them, right? It's behind this brick thing. Um, and So yeah, I thought the video that she had was a little bit more to a side view, and it wasn't. It was the same one that he was showing and saying, "Oh, look, I got this new," and I'm like, "No." Animal Mother, I am not from Tennessee. I'm not, but I've been there several times now. I've been there twice. Um, and I'll be going again in May. So, oh, he was upset about me saying the green hoodie was identified as Conan O'Brien. Detroit. He was very like, he takes his life too seriously. He was pissed. He was not happy. I saw a clip. He was not happy with it. And here's the thing, none of us know who the green hoodie is except for law enforcement, but like Seth doesn't even know who the green hoodie is because they didn't show, you know, Seth. They just showed him a body cam of them talking to someone but he couldn't see their face. Right? So I can't look into Seth's brain and see what he saw. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to just be like, okay, well, he said that they showed him that, and so Detroit, I know I try to get you guys pumped up. I don't know if Paige doesn't like it. It's okay. Just go in 15 minutes, in. And you won't have to hear the intro. I like the Rocky movies. I like The Simpsons. So I'm like, I would try to make you guys laugh. But I do need to redo my intro probably because it is old. It's one of the ones that I made in the beginning. The middle part says that, Sebastian's been missing for a year. So about a year after Sebastian went missing, I made that. So that's how long I've been using it. So yeah. Oh, okay, Blessed. Okay, Blessed says many of us met Tony back in the Caleb Harris, excuse me, case. He was very dedicated to finding Caleb and brought so much to the true crime community. Look, they found Caleb, and Tony Matthysse was involved in that. Blessed in Florida. Thank you for reminding us of that because that's very important to note, right? That whatever Tony was doing to help and, in any way, right? That's what's going to bring someone home. That's what we're all trying to do with Sebastian. All of us are. Me, Mob Crew, Jen, all of us, all of the people that are covering Sebastian's case, and trying to find out what happened to him, in my opinion, are helping find him, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I don't like it or I'm not in agreement, right? Or whether I am. It doesn't matter. It's all of us trying to find him. Different angles need to be worked, right? They just do. But I'm not going to tell you guys on my live streams and tease you guys and put it and post it everywhere. Oh my God, I got this. I'm going to find out who it is, right? I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to do it, right? So that's where we're different because I'm not going to tell you guys that I'm going to find green fucking hoodie. I'm not. If you guys want me to tell you that, I'm sorry. I can't tell you what you want to hear. Gosh. It's just crazy. And I'm not going to spoil, or I'm not going to, not spoiler alert. I'm not going to clickbait you guys. I'll get you guys in here making you laugh, right? You want to see Seth do the side eye? Come on in, right? Because to me, that's better off, and I'm better off telling you guys the truth and being honest with you, because one of these days, you guys are just going to come in here and be like, Lady Freedom, you're using clickbait on me, and I'll be like, yeah, you're damn right I am, right? So to me, that's an awkward situation for both of us, because I'm not going to insult your intelligence. Sally says, that's ridiculous. I'm not here often, but think you are genuine, and that matters. People just suck. Yeah, I know, Sally. I don't understand. I just think, you know what? Look, we're probably all just frustrated as hell that Sebastian has not been found, that no justice has been served. Like, no one's even been arrested. No one's even been named as a person of interest. We haven't seen the trash truck video. Jen's going to talk about that too. Because that could absolutely help us figure out. And I did that poll, right? And you guys think, the majority of you think that Sebastian didn't make it home at all. That's what you told me. And there are about 200 of you who voted, and I appreciate that, because I want your feedback. Some of you were undecided, but it was less people that thought Sebastian actually made it home. And to me, that is very telling of your guys' opinions on a whole, looking at the public opinion as a whole. The majority of you think that Sebastian didn't make it home. And I find that to be fucking interesting, right? I'm not pissed off like, oh my God, I can't believe you guys think that. Because I think the 3 a.m. lights are how he got out, right? But I'm not going to be mad at you. I got nothing but love for you, because you're thinking on your own independently, and you're letting me know. So that helps me understand where you guys are at, right? Good, bad, or indifferent, right? Good, yes, no, or maybe so. Everybody should have a voice. And to stifle people's voices or shame them, it's ridiculous, Aw, I'm so glad you're here, Blessed. Oh my goodness, I know. Like I said, I never get mad when you guys aren't here, but I always worry when you're not. I'm like, oh, where is everybody? But no, also, life happens. And, also the holidays are a big one. Easter is a huge holiday. So I know a lot of people are cooking and, listening on replay. I so appreciate you guys. So, hey, Emmy Joe, good to see you. Kylie's Nail Candy says, I gotta be honest, I'm angry after hearing Mob Crew tell us all he has been sitting on the footage and info for over a year. Yeah, I don't. That was another thing that I didn't really understand that, though. Because we've all kind of had it for that long, haven't we? I mean, I don't know if he has anything that we've never seen. I think he did an excellent job, with the earbuds, because we had watched it. I'd watched it a million times, but I was mostly focusing on Sebastian. I wasn't really focusing on Katie as much either, but she's also very heavily pixelated, but you can absolutely see her turn, and you see her profile, and she's putting in an earbud. So that was a very good catch. And that's what's great about somebody putting a fresh set of eyes on it as well. With the AI enhancements, that also interested me, right? I was like, oh, okay, well, if he did an AI enhancement on the video, that is really cool. I want to see if it's a better quality, right? I guess a little bit, yeah. We were saying we thought so, but nothing tremendous, right? And that's understandable. So, hey, perfectly imperfect boy mom, good to see you. Aw, I know. She says, so sad to hear about Tony. He seems like such a genuine and great man. Yeah, he was absolutely a good guy. Yeah, yeah. And like I said, I had a couple conversations as well, and just, you know, like I said, Tony was the type of person that just wanted good things for people, and he wanted to help. So, yeah, I think so too. Sasha, he's great with public relations, and he also, was very good at talking with the news outlets and, that sort of thing. You know what I mean? To get Sebastian's story out there. He did a great job. Again, Pascal getting them together was perfect for Seth, I think, because it was someone that Seth could lean on, another man, right? Because it is hard for Seth, especially imagine being in Seth's position after having what that wretched ass woman did to him, Michaela, you know? Imagine being Seth and having all of these women just, oh, I want to help you, Seth. And then some of them do, but some of them don't. Think about what he went through with Terry Lynn, who I think was from the beginning, just playing both sides, and more so for the proud feet because she knows them, right? So yeah, we got to be respectful of everybody's opinions, right? But we got to listen. And I think it's important for somebody to tell you why they don't think that, they agree with you, because if you're just going to say, well, I don't agree with that person, and you don't give a reason why, then that kind of seems like you're just disagreeing to disagree, right? Which we should just all agree to disagree at some point, because look, we'll never be able to work together if we don't. And look, whoever is right gets bragging rights, right? Like they get to be like, hey, in your face, or whatever. But really, a lot of this shit, we don't want to be right, especially in Sebastian's case, like, especially when my mind goes to the worst case scenario, you know? That's what's really where I'd like to be wrong. And I'd like to be like, whoop, looks like I got it wrong. Hey, Seth. Hey, hon. So, body check. So, Sam, that's funny. All right, I'll get caught up in chat. Oh my goodness. All right, I love you guys. I'm just over here, just way behind in here. Hey, Starflower. Aw, exactly. Thank you. And thank you for being here. You guys are awesome for being here. I know it's such a tough subject to talk about. Yeah. Yeah. Aw. Brenda, thank you. Definitely keep the intro. I can't not have an intro. Somebody was asking me if I have an outro, and I was like, no, I don't, but that would be cool too. So, aw, aw, blessed. Oh my goodness. Aw, oh, Starflower. Aw. I'm so sorry for your loss. And that's the thing that really gets me with Dana, his wife, uh, Jen's gonna have me crying over here. Hey, Ginger's mom, because she did an awesome one. Sense of Soul podcast. Thank you for being here. So let's watch Jen a little bit. Thank you, Ginger's mom. That's really sweet. Yeah, guys, this is a great loss. Where was Conan, Sasha? I want to know. He looks just like and here I am the day before, like I can't tell whose face it looks like. And then I was like spot on. Or the 25th, right? Was he at the Texas Roadhouse on the 25th? Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. I just think something went awry at the Texas Roadhouse because I don't think that there's many involved. But I'll wait because I know Jen's gonna address that as well. So I'll kind of put my 2 cents in on that. But here we go. Let me share this screen with everybody. And not the chat replay because I don't want to keep that. Oh my gosh, Gordon Ramsay's licking a plate.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics with Jen. This is a sad morning. It was a sad night, sad morning. I put this post out about Sebastian at 2:13 a.m. Sebastian Rogers had a significant transit come over him beginning at 2:13 a.m. It lasted for a few hours. Woke up with it at 6 a.m. and then it moved off. But this energy with Sebastian is going to be influencing his life throughout the year. And I did a video about it. I did a live about it last night. And last night, I was also in transit. There was a lot that I was seeing, and I wasn't real sure why, what the significance would be with Sebastian's case, if anything, right? Because we just never know. We just never know. We're observers in this reality. We are observers with the astrological lens that we can see from. We're not God. We don't have, the all-knowing. So we watch And I'm going to be watching this entire year how this energy is working itself out in Sebastian's life, whether he is deceased or alive. This energy that came over him was with his public image. And as you guys know, Tony Matthysse just wanted to protect Seth Rogers. He wanted to protect the integrity of Sebastian's case. And he had a lot of flack. He had a lot of people that were going against him with that. Tony was having, he was having some major health issues. He was facing some health issues that needed, surgery. He was going through a lot. But the one thing that I can say now that I see and understand this energy with Sebastian, I can also understand other things. Look, I'm an astrologer. I've been doing this for many years. Okay. I've been doing this for a long time. And the reason why I do this, I don't know if many of you know why I do this, why I investigate with astrology, is because I lost a stepson with cancer. He struggled for 3 years, and I literally watched him die. And I had a stepdaughter that died. I've got children, and it took me I've had a lot of death in my family, actually. I've had boyfriends commit suicide. I've seen a lot of death. I went through a lot of death. And one day I just cried out to Jesus. And I asked for clarity. And I got it. It took me a long time to be able to leave real estate, a good career. It took me everything that I could do. It took a lot for me to leave the real estate and to leave my life behind and do this for free. I'm not just talking shit about people. I'm not running my mouth. I'm doing something productive, something that I'm hoping will one day bring kids home quicker. And I give my all. I'm very passionate about it. I've gotten really good with it. And let me just tell you, with that being said, I've gotten so good that when I receive anything like this, I know who you are.
Okay, this person is so stupid because Jen's about to go off. Jen's about to go off on her. So Jen is very, very, very good at what she does. Okay, Jen is so good at what she does that I have never done a reading with Jen because I don't want to know. Okay. It's not because I don't believe in what she does. It's because I do believe in what she does. Okay. Jen is an amazing person, right? And she is the farthest thing from a stupid fool or evil. She's one of the best people I know. And so this person is gonna get their ass handed to them now because they're the dumb one. Here we go.
Like I can literally hear your voice. You've given me your birth time. I know who you are. You're the fool. You are the fool. Okay? I had to get that out because this person is a fool. I literally know who they are, and they're a coward. They couldn't even post it under their own screen name. They had to post it under an alt account. Coward. Coward. I was watching this time period already. Literally watching this time period. And this is about Tony. This is about a good family man who we had in our home. I'm just
And also, guys, that's the reason why I wanted to play Jen, is because she knows Tony better than I do, right? And she's known him longer than I have. And so for people to say, how dare you, or anything, like, again, these are people that obviously, and I don't know who this person is. I don't. I wasn't able to like figure it out. Hey, Sammy. And hey, Diana Smith. But I all I know is that Jen does an amazing job. What she does with the hot spots and things like that are very interesting, right? But I don't think that this person, and I could, like I said, I could be wrong, knows Tony as well as Jen. Maybe, I don't know. That's just my but either way, I wanted to share this with you guys because Jen does know Tony very well. Um She's so accurate, Barb. Yeah, I love her too. I do. I love her channel. Everything that she does, which she says, I trust her as one of the, one of the few readers that I do trust. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like, hello, Paranoid climbed. Um, so yeah, exactly. Oh, this person is grieving. I do remember her saying that later, Cinderella. Yeah. Yeah. And sometimes people act out of character when they're having a hard time with things. I mean, look, this is extremely hard. It is. It's a very unexpected thing to have had happen.
beside myself because a lot of grown people, grown adults, they play like children. And I am too old to play. And if I'm going to play, I'm going to go to the park with my granddaughter. Okay? It took me a long time to get over people like that and to come into myself and not worry about what other people think about me. And I can tell you one thing. Tony was like my brother. Seth is like my brother. Me and Seth could argue today, and we're still going to talk. We may not get along. He may irritate the shit out of me. I may irritate the shit out of him. But that's what makes a good, not being a coward, not being a coward. And so that is something that I feel like we could learn a lot from Tony too.
I agree. And I think that we all, when we're close to someone, have disagreements, or there's times where you want to see somebody do better or something, they're just, it could be anything. But it doesn't change the fact that you still love each other and care for each other, right? That's what a true friendship, that's what a true family is, right? And I'm a big believer in people, um, being family to you that is not blood related, right? Not when it comes to little kids. Now, I've told you guys this, that it's where it gets really freaking weird. So, just be careful with that. But again, like Jen, I look up to Jen, but I also am very close to Jen, and we get along, so well. Like we've known each other forever. And so I know what she's talking about, and then also, Seth and I, and then Seth also thinks I like steal everything from him or whatever he says. But again, it's not like, we're mad or whatever. Well, maybe he is, but we're gonna he's gonna be very happy with the finished product, I think. So either way, it's because you care about somebody, right? It's like that with the dragon tribe. We're not always going to agree. There's going to be times where you guys are going to sit there and be like, Lady Freedom, I can't believe she's saying that. Like, what the hell is she talking about, right? There's going to be times where you do that, right? Or maybe you, you know, Completely agree. But it's okay, or maybe there's something that says, I don't know. I don't know if I really believe that. That's okay, because again, I don't want people to be in here robotic. Um, yes, Lady Freedom, like cult following, right? That is weird to me. I don't think that that's proper. I think that you all bring just as much to the table as I do. And so, you know, that's what real friends are. So, yeah, Marion, she's just awesome. Hey, Scranton. So, um, Chuchi, I do not recognize your avatar. You totally threw me off tonight, girl. I just saw, I was like, wait a minute, is that Chuchi? uh, yeah. Um, okay. Uh, sorry. I know that you guys probably took care of this person, mods. Um, hold on. But I'm deleting that because I don't want to look at that bullshit weirdo. And anybody with a name like that is a weirdo. Hold on. Here's Dr. Phil.
These are the people that actually are so sick, they feel good about themselves for inflicting pain. And it's something called the dark triad. They have narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. And there's something called Schadenfreude, and it's when joy is derived by someone from another person's misfortune.
Yes.
So it's this dark triad. These are people you don't want to meet in real life.
No.
They're ugly people, and they will go virtual to real world sometimes. So you've got to be careful.
Yeah. You're not. Mm-hmm.
And there's been a lot of actual psychological research into these people. These trolls post inflammatory, off-topic, insincere messages to hurt, provoke others, and they typically hide behind fake names or phony accounts.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting that their makeup is antisocial and sadistic.
Marion says Dr. Phil's describing my mother. Okay, so yeah, get out of here, trolls, you nasty little shits. Come on now. Why the hell would you come in here tonight? What the fudge? Chuchi, I just realized. I'm like, it looks good, girl. I was just like, wait a minute. Wait. Oh my goodness. Yeah, get out of here. No dark triads in here. All right, here we go. Gosh.
That he wasn't a coward. He jumped in, risked everything, including his health. He had just lost his father-in-law. He had just lost his best friend in March. He just lost his best friend. And he was going through a lot and still being such a great family man.
Yeah, he took care of his family, guys. He's a professional. He made really good money, right? Afforded them a very nice lifestyle. And that's what people are pissy about, right? In my opinion. They're miserable and they're the bucket of crabs scenario, right? None of those crabs want to let any of the other crabs get out of the bucket, so they're gonna defame Tony. And I've dealt with it, right? I don't have a job for them to call, right? But I bet you if I did have a job, they'd be calling up there, right? Because that's the type of people that we're dealing with, and it's sad. And I'll tell you what, Seth is in a position, again, where there's a lot of women who are gathering around him because they are all mothers, right? And Katie would have that too if she was doing the right thing. But since she's not, we feel the need to be there for Seth, right? Because he needs people to be there for him, right? And there's nothing, um, I mean, the only thing that they do is they make it gross, and they make it as if all of these women are, probably even including myself, is trying to sleep with Seth or has, right? Because that's what they like to say. Um, it's really, really gross, and it's really, really sad because everybody knows that's not true, and because of what happened with Michaela, people just assume. Right? But I'm here to tell you, if I had that situation happen to me when my child's missing, I wouldn't trust another woman again, ever. And it would be extremely difficult for me to accept even a friendship from a woman. And Seth is in this position where he really doesn't have a fucking choice, right? Because you get support where you can get it. But for people to act like we're um all like trying to get with Seth or whatever, no. I'm sorry. It's not that exciting. It really isn't. And you know, Seth, when I first met Seth um at Pigfest, there was enough tension to cut with a knife, right? It just really there was so much tension because of where we were, right? We're at one of their events. It wasn't one of our events. So it was very nerve-wracking for us all. But here's Seth, a father. But when I saw Seth start to maybe relax a little bit, was when he looked at me across the table when we were eating and he said, Sebastian would have liked this. And I mean to tell you, I held my tears until we got in the car, Jen and I just let him go. Because I mean to tell you, he looked right across the table at me and said it. And I didn't know what to say. There's not a lot of times where I find myself with not a lot to say. They are jealous preverbs, my PTSD. That is preverted, isn't it? It is, right? Because you're taking a situation where all of these people are coming together for a good cause and you're making it something that's gross. Right? And I'm not saying it's gross if Seth gets in a relationship with somebody. Why doesn't he deserve that happiness? And what's wrong with you for trying to keep him from finding it? Shame on you and your disgusting, nasty ass fucking bullshit. It's not true at all. We're all there for Seth because we want him to feel loved and supported. Right? It's not like the original group that he had. Because those people, they would do some nasty stuff like that, right? Let me try to sleep with the father of a missing child so I can get into his email and send out confidential court documents. That little bitch is lucky she isn't in jail, in my opinion. Because that was the most vile shit I've ever seen. Lori, I couldn't believe it. And the backlash Seth got from it. As if, it's so horrible for someone to be in a vulnerable position and have somebody, want to be there, be as a support, right? Because again, Seth is a single father, and I had to go a long time as a single mother, right? Didn't get married. I have never gotten married after the first time, by the way, but I'm just saying, I was doing a lot of it alone. whereas it was 2 against 1. And it was not easy. As a matter of fact, it made things so much harder because I always felt like I was at a disadvantage. And I was. I was. So, yeah, she's very scummy, scammy, skanky. Hey, Juicy Jewels. You know? Disgusting. So if I was Seth, I wouldn't want to trust anybody else like that. I'd be like, oh, you care about me? You want to find Sebastian? Okay, show me. Make sure that you really are who you say you are or have those intentions. Because he didn't need any of that crap. None of it. You know, he didn't deserve it. It's awful. It's so awful.
You know, people could have learned a lot from him. I was actually pushed toward Tony when Crabtree got all pissed off at me. He saw me talking to Tony on Facebook because he asked me to. He's told me, tell Tony why you asked me to go there. Tell Tony. Okay, well, I'm telling Tony. Hey, Tony, message, check your messages. I messaged you. He got mad, blocked me on everything.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that Tony is the type of person that if you reach out to him, he's going to get back to you. He just is. He's that kind of a person, you guys. Whenever I've had a question for Tony, which there hasn't been very many, he has been right there. Right there. Right? Not just to text me back, but to have a conversation. That's the kind of person he is. Right? And in my opinion, I don't think Crabtree's all that bad. Right? I think he's kind of like a lost puppy dog, But, and that's my opinion. And because he's also helped in other cases, right, Jules? We know about that and stuff like that. Look, again, I don't hate anybody. And if you're actually out there trying to help people and family members of the missing people and you're doing something for the situation to help, then that's the only thing that we can do. That's what we're here for. That's what many of us have a passion for doing. So, but again, my experience with Tony, you have a question, he's going to get back to you.
And then all of a sudden now I'm talking to Tony. And me and Tony had some very deep conversations. We had a lot of disagreements too. But we still talked. We still, that's the kind of guy he is. That's the kind of guy he is. And a lot of people didn't give him the credit where credit was totally due. And my heart is breaking for his family, for Dana, for his kids. He was so proud of his kids. He is so proud of his kids. The last time that he was here, he was talking to us and showing us videos and showing us all kinds of stuff. And everything was about his family and his kids. Going to California with Braden, doing this and doing that. And, Harper giving him, hell, because, it's hard to have a beautiful daughter. And, so he was, the last time he was here, he was just constantly talking about his family and loves his family. Great family man. Gave it his all. And I literally think that he died of a broken heart. He was just brokenhearted. We do a lot for other people. I do a lot for other people and it goes unnoticed. It's not appreciated. I'm not talking about a lot of you guys here. Y'all appreciate everything that I do. You appreciate what I bring to the table. And I appreciate you for appreciating me because it's very hard. It's not easy to do what I do.
Yeah, guys, and it is. And that's the thing we were talking about. We're unsung heroes, right? Because we're doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes and we're doing a lot to keep the conversation out there and things like that. But a lot of times it does feel like that, it really does, especially for a smaller creator, right? Especially for the ones that don't just get up and, talk bad about other people or trying to kind of theorize on things and go back to the beginning. Okay, let's revisit this. Let's analyze that. It's a lot. And it's a lot for people who actually plan their shows out. And, with Jen, I've seen her work. I've seen her office where she does work. And she's always, like I am, trying to create shows for you guys, right? Trying to create content that you're going to enjoy. I'm a little bit different with clipping, and taking from different sources and kind of, okay, this was said, right? Let's listen to what was said over here. And we do a little bit of different thing. We like to kind of analyze statements, slow jam the news, right? We love doing that because when we slow jam it, we can see what their facial expressions are doing slowed down a little bit. So we can identify a little bit more. Hey, little Miss Sharon. Hello. So, um, that's where we're different. But see, this is why I love Jen, because what she does is looks at the maps, right? And the degrees. And then, she's able to see these patterns, see the degrees and patterns. But there's so much more to what Jen does because she puts her heart and her soul into it. And not everybody has the courage to do that. Not everybody has the courage to wear their heart on their sleeve like that. Because when you do, a lot of times you get burned. But it doesn't stop her from doing it. It doesn't make her bitter. You just keep going, right? And I appreciate Jen so much for so many different reasons. you know for her and Jeff taking me in and making me feel protected while I was at Pigfest, because things were getting really heated, you guys. Things were absolutely heating up on the YouTube streets and people were going back and forth at that time, and I was thinking, should I even go? Why am I going? Right? Why would I do something like that? Am I doing the right thing? Am I letting people just get me up in a tizzy? Right? But then I realized, I have to do this for Sebastian and I have to do this for Seth, right? And if I hadn't ever have done that, I never would have gotten the clarity, right? We never would have identified the place where we think that maybe Sebastian was handed off at, right? I never would have discovered that for myself. See, Jen told me about it, but I didn't ever see the place for myself. I didn't realize the lay of the land like you would if you go there. I could pull it up on a map and we can look at it all day and I could become the little person and we can walk, but that's not the same. That is not the same. So, hey, love, mama, love. So Tony Matthysse has passed away. And I'm not sure what the causes were. Jen's kind of talking about it right now a little bit. And hey, Steph, mom, or excuse me, hey, Steph Moon. Good to see you. So, yeah, yeah, yeah. So, um, but again, it takes all of us. It takes all of us. And everything that every unique person is going to bring something different to the table. Look, we could have somebody walk into this chat, right, and say, hey, Lady Freedom, give me a rundown on Sebastian's case, right? And I just give him a rundown on the details of Sebastian's case. And what if they just crack the case wide open? I mean, we never know. We never know how it's going to be solved, right? We never know what event can trigger something else to happen. So we just don't know. Everybody's important. But when, we went out there and all of the footage that we took, hey, Tamra, all of the footage that we took while we were there is not being utilized because there's a click or because there's some sort of a weird beef that I have no idea about. It's weird, right? Because you're really cutting yourself off. And when you say you want to work together and you do the exact opposite, it just comes off as very stale and very disingenuine. So
And it's very hard with the backlash of what I do. People just don't understand, and they are foolish. They are ignorant, not understanding really what I'm doing. But if you're here, and those of you, you know it, those of you that are here all the time, you know that I know what I'm talking about. It's a hard day. And my heart hurts even more for his family, for Seth, because Seth, you know, he had somebody that he could talk to, that he could really confide in, another man that would answer his phone calls, another man that, you know, he could convey his, you know, his weaknesses to, or his sadness, or what have you, you know. And he doesn't have that anymore. You know, he's got me, he's got Sarah, you know, he's got his girlfriends. But as far as men go, he just doesn't have a whole lot of men that get him. And Tony did. Tony protected him. And so that's something else that I wanted to talk about with Sebastian, because that post, the white moon is a protector.
Okay, guys, so when Jen is talking about this, I'm just going to rewind it back just a tiny bit.
It's a hard day. And my heart hurts even more for his family, for Seth, because Seth, you know, he had somebody that he could talk to, that he could really confide in, another man that would answer his phone calls, another man that, you know, he could convey his, you know, his weaknesses to, or his sadness, or what have you, you know. And he doesn't have that anymore. You know, he's got me, he's got Sarah, you know, he's got his girlfriends. But as far as men go, he just doesn't have a whole lot of men that get him. And Tony did. Tony protected him.
Yeah, so Tony very much protected Seth, and he also, again, wanted the best for Seth, right? And so as a result of that, again, you'll see, you know, when Tony first came on and Seth was wearing the polos and dressing up, you know, for the interviews and things like that. That's one thing that always stood out to me, and I was like, that is very, you know, sweet to see another man trying to lift up another man, right? Because it's difficult dynamic. But again, with Tony having that coach spirit, that mentor kind of a person that he was, um, it just would shine through, you know? It would just shine through. And Seth has me as a friend, you know, and when Jen is talking about the girlfriends, you know, I would think I'm one of those girls, you know, that Seth can feel like that I'm there for him, you know, as a friend. Um Even like, you know, an annoying sister, right? And I'm fine with that, you know, because I love, you know, me and Seth like to go back and forth with each other. And, you know, Jen just sits there and laughs at us because we just, you know, match wits and stuff and just get silly with each other, you know. Um, and it's a very like I'm very grateful to have that relationship, you know, but it's sad because I see that mentorship, that loving, caring relationship that Tony had. I mean, look, you know, he invited him over for Christmas dinner, you know, and for Christmas time because Seth was going to be by himself. And that's what a real friend does, you know. Yeah, exactly, Detroit. We all became friends and to support Seth, be a support that Seth needed. Yeah, it's a support system, you know. Um, so yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. It's just it's so ugly when people want to cheapen it, And thank you, Tam, for sending me that. That's fantastic. I'm gonna make a video. I'm glad that you sent it to me because I'll make a video. I already wanted to make one. So, um, exactly, crazy bird. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Lori. And that's the thing. We are blessings in each other's lives. We are. You know, that's what we were meant to be on this planet for, is to be there for each other, right? Um, so, but it's rare when you have people who care about you, you know, just unconditionally and want the best for you. It's very rare.
And so that's something else that I wanted to talk about with Sebastian, because that post, the white moon is a protector. She is like a guardian angel. So with Selena being at Sebastian's midheaven early in the morning, this morning, it's a protection, like a guardian angel. So I wanted to let you guys know that, because now, as I look back and have the wisdom of hindsight and can see and understand this with Sebastian, I can understand that this energy that is going to be going back and forth over him is about this protection. And that's all Tony wanted to do, was just protect. He wanted to protect Seth from Seth. You know, he wanted to protect the integrity, you know, that and of course none of us are perfect. You know, he made mistakes. We've all made mistakes. But we own those mistakes. And a lot of people on these YouTube streets, TikTok streets, they don't own shit. They don't own their own stuff. They just don't. And it's a hard day, guys. It is a hard day.
Yeah, and not, you know, with everything people were saying about Tony, you know, they never did come out and say, you know, I was wrong or I misjudged the situation. I know I did because I felt like an asshole, you know, and I'm like, I gotta apologize to this man for, you know, thinking that he wasn't doing this for the right reasons, you know, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. And actually, it's the right thing to do. You know, if you're wrong about something, I mean, you don't have to beat yourself up against a rock or anything. And the thing about Tony is he was very receptive to that, and he's like, no big deal, right? But I had said some things about Tony, like, I'm not sure about this guy, and you know, and so, and again, you know, Tony was very gracious to me about that and generous about his forgiveness on that. Right. It wasn't like, well, you know, F you, Lady Freedom. I'm not, you know, you're an idiot. Right. Which he very well could have said that, because I was drinking the Kool-Aid and, you know, like thinking to myself, okay, is he really in this, or is he trying to get publicity or something like that? But that wasn't the case at all. And the thing is that once you got to know Tony and who he was and what he had accomplished already, it was like, well, you know, there's not any need for him to do anything like that, you know, because he's already accomplished so much. Um, and you know, Jules, thank you so much for being here for a year. We had our anniversary. Look at us. Aw, Jules, thank you for all that you do. And that's the thing. I mean, that's how we can lift each other up. And I mean, honestly, you know, with you getting me involved in other cases, you know, too, I appreciate you so much for that, Jules, because it really makes me feel good to help others and just, you know, whatever I can do, you know. So I appreciate you always being out there going searching for people. It's what we have to do, you know, it's the part that nobody wants to do, you know, because nobody wants to find somebody like that. So I'm so glad, Tamara. I hope you guys have a great turnout tomorrow, guys. Tam's gonna have a candlelight vigil over at Swifties Park. So I'm excited to announce that, and I'll make a video. Susan Samples is helping to get the word out, so that is so huge for Devlin. I am so excited about that. And tomorrow we're gonna do a live for Devlin as well. So, and if you have if you get any video on your phone, Tam, or if anybody can come and live stream that you know about, let me know, and I'll definitely be there supporting. I wish I could be there because I know Devlin needs peeps to come there. And I hope everybody does join and just go there for Devlin. Go there for Devlin. If there's someone you don't like over there, just don't talk to him, right? Just be there and support. Say a prayer. That helps me calm down a lot. If I just say a quick prayer, right? Don't do anything irrational, right? But yeah, and the thing is it's just about the people who are missing. Um, yes, Detroit, Tony has went above and beyond. He really has, and Detroit says Tony went out of his way to see Cole in the hospital after his surgery. He did what he did from his heart and never asked for anything in return. He was true to his cause, in my opinion. Yeah, I believe that. I do, Detroit, and I realized it. Um, and I'm glad that I did. I'm glad that I was making sure that I was paying attention to things, because it was very, very apparent. Like I said, even where Tony was bringing Seth onto different TV shows and doing those things and helping out with that. And like I said, Tony is just somebody that is a very, very good at supporting other people. That's what he was there for. And that's sweet. I didn't know that he went out of his way to see Cole in the hospital, so. Oh, there you go. Okay, Tam. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Because I'll play it then too. Oh, that's great. Yeah. I hope you guys have the best turnout. I hope you guys are able to get together and just, do a nice remembrance. So, yeah.
I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure, nor do I feel like it's my place to say how he died. I think that he died of a broken heart. That's what I think. I think he was having some health issues. And he was brokenhearted. He had just lost his best friend. And the last time that I saw him was at the protest. And he didn't want anybody to see him. But he was definitely going to be supportive for Seth. And he was going through town, didn't stay long, and got to give him a hug and got to talk to him about his friend. And then his friend, passed away. And I texted him, let him know that I was sorry for his broken heart. I asked him about he had really bad storms after that. And I texted him about that, making sure that him and the fam was good. And he said, yeah, we're good. So that's, I found out yesterday and I called Karen, the real Me Too. And
I love Karen, the real Me Too. Much love to Karen. Big shout out. Love you, girl. You're amazing. Um, just such a sweetheart. And I have one of my Sebastian bracelets because the real Me Too gave me one of her bracelets. And it was just really, really sweet of her. And I always have it on. So just like the one Seth had given me. So yeah, have not taken them off. And I didn't know what to believe. And so, because of course, the last time I saw Tony was also with, when Jen and I went to the gathering. So, I was just like, I didn't know what to believe, and I didn't know if people were spreading rumors around or what was happening. And so, I was texting with Jen and Jules and things, and we were confirming it, and I made the post. So, but also, Tam, I wanted to let you know that Tony was also helping me with Devlin's case too. So he's just that type of guy, right? If you give him a problem, he's gonna try to help you solve it. So
Cajun Cajun and Ocean, they're good friends with Tony. So I called Cajun and well, text her, and she was awake, and she told me to call her. So we called her on three-way. And, you know, we cried and talked about him for a little bit. Jeff woke up in the middle of the night, and I told him I wanted to go up there and wake him up, but I only got to know Tony through this case. Outside of the case, you know, Tony would say, outside of this case, you know, I have friends, I have a life, I have, you know, people that I've known since childhood that I go fishing with. You know, these people on YouTube are nothing to me. But we did become a family. You know, we became Tony's side family. And if anybody would like to talk about Tony, talk about any of your experiences with him, you're more than welcome to do that. I've seen people talking about him on their lives. You know, this energy with Sebastian that I was watching definitely has to do with Tony. Has to do with Sebastian's mom.
Okay, guys, and you know, I find this interesting that, you know, Jen is saying Sebastian's mom in here as well. And I'm just kicking myself in the ass for not being there, because I would have taken the link. Because again, I did want to share just the small bit that I got to know Tony, just since October of last year. Um, you know, and again, it was just, he was just so authentic and genuine and professional, and I was just really, really amazed, right? Like, not that he didn't portray himself like that, because I made a quick video that we'll play here at the end. But I'm just saying, you know, just the way that he carries himself, you could just tell that he was, you know, what you're seeing is what you get, right? And I was just like, okay, wow, you know, Tony's absolutely the real deal, you know. And then of course I just felt so bad. I was like, oh, I can't believe I doubted him, you know, because he's just a great person. So, you know, I would have came up and said that. I'm kicking myself that I didn't, you know. Um, yeah, he did, Diana. He did. Very good person, stood next to Seth, was, you know, absolutely there for him. And yeah, I'm glad that I got to have that clarity.
Has to do with Sebastian's public image. And the one thing that we can honestly say is that Tony wanted to keep, if things were dying down with Sebastian, he wanted to help Seth keep Sebastian's name out there. Different, you know, different ways, different avenues. He was a PR guy. You know, he had people that he could call at the news station. Hey, do you mind, you know, getting a story out? So it is heartbreaking. You don't ever heal. You just never heal. You just never heal from child loss. But when Tony lost his father-in-law, when he lost his best friend, it devastated him. Well, it devastated him taking his friend back and forth and seeing that. You know, when you're seeing people slowly die and you can't do anything about it, it's so heartbreaking. You just feel so powerless. And I understand that. I understand that so much. I had
Yeah, guys, and I understand it too. And it was my mom that I witnessed that with. And it takes a toll on you. It doesn't matter, you know, how old you are. You know, I was in my early 20s. Had just had my daughter, you know, and I'll tell you, um, it's devastating because, like Jen said, there's nothing you can do. There is absolutely nothing you can do besides be there. Right? So I think that you kind of learn that being there means so much, right? So, um, And again, my heart goes out to Jen because I can't imagine losing a child. I just can't.
Such anger toward God after Josh passed away. I was young. I had just had Jody. Josh was 14. He called me mama, called me ma. Skylar, she called me mom. I helped raise that girl, and to see her die, it was, I was pretty mad at God until I realized that astrology can teach us so much more about our spirituality, about God, that it's the world that puts their foot on your neck and doesn't allow you to grow. Doesn't allow you to grow, doesn't want you to grow, wants you to stick with the same old bullshit day in and day out.
Right. And that's what life's all about too, guys, is growing. Growing is huge. Hey Jilly, yeah, he did pass away. Yes, ma'am, he did. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. And Lori says I understand it too. Yeah, it's horrible. It's a horrible club to be in, Sasha. Um yeah, it is. It is. Um but then you start using that pain to help others and you realize what your purpose is. And that's what's important, right? That's how we can take something that's horrible and make it into something that counts for something.
But there's so much more that God wants us to know about life and about death. And I've taught this on this channel for years. Absolutely, for years. You can go back years, years on this channel and see. My son is going to come out tomorrow. He wants us to go live together because my followers are asking for Jody to come on panel. Very wise kid. But he's had to grow up with a grieving mother that read 10 books a week. That really.
Aw, and you know what? Jen's a wonderful mother, and Jody is such a sweetheart. Like, I just absolutely adore both of Jen's kids, her granddaughter. I mean, her ex-husband. I love them. They are great people. And I just enjoy them as people. They just are fun to hang out with, and especially, my little buddy. Um, So, hey, Ann Brock. And so, yeah, I mean, um, I can't imagine what it had to have done to their family, on that level, the parents and everything, but yeah, Jen has done a wonderful job, I think. And Jody is just amazing. And so are her other kids and her grands, everybody is great. So
really got into God and spirituality and the mythos, finding my way. And I've always wanted my kids to find their way. I never wanted them to be programmed like I was, like my mom was, like we all have been. I want my kids to find their own way.
Yeah, and this is where Jen and I really align with our beliefs because I'm the same way with my daughter. I don't push myself onto her, but her being a lot like me is a result of her watching it, and modeling after me. Thank God it was the good things about me. And so, yeah, but I've always wanted her to find her own way in the world and not be programmed because I wanted her to be a free thinker and I wanted her to see things from her own point of view and not mine.
And it's times like this with death that we question a lot, don't we? We question a lot. And we think, especially like, maybe Harper or Braden or Dana, maybe they're questioning God and, why me, God? What about, this other person that, has done so wrong? My dad is so good. Why us? Why? But it's not God's fault. This is fate. We come here at a certain time. We leave at a certain time. And it's all for virtuous reason. It's all virtuous. So if anybody'd like to come up on panel, tell us your experiences about Tony or, you know, about loss, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, and I think that's why we have to understand that life is so precious, guys. And, you know, we don't know. We're not promised tomorrow. We don't know when things are going to happen. You know, we don't know when we ourselves will fall asleep and, you know, not wake up again or something like that. You know, we're not guaranteed and we have no idea. It's not like, you know, God gives us a roadmap and says, here you go, you're going to end at this time. You're going to start here and end here, right? It may be a little bit more, maybe it'd be more difficult, maybe it'd be easier. But it's just never easy to lose someone, and especially when they're your support system or part of your support system. And Sense of Soul podcast, this is, you know, very well said. Grief and loss is one thing that we can all relate to. If we never loved someone, then we would never have experienced loss, right? And that's what's so difficult, to allow ourselves, once we've experienced a great loss, to, you know, put ourselves back out there again, right? And become vulnerable, and love again, because you know, to have that great grief, you have to have, you know, had a great love. And, you know, it's just, yeah, so well said. I'm gonna pin that comment. um I know Tamara says, look how let's see. Oh, I don't know how to pin. Okay, no, I do know how to pin it. Sorry. I've pinned one before. Okay, there we go. You have to hit the little star. Yeah, Tamara says, look how soon Will went. I mean, that was so unexpected, Tam. I mean, you and I had been talking that day, and all of a sudden, you know, boom. And I didn't know if, like, you were talking about, I didn't know. At first I was like so confused, and because, yeah, I didn't know if you were playing a trick on me or or what. No, I know you weren't. But yeah, I was completely blindsided by that. I can't imagine. And that's the thing. And Will's young, you know. Tony was young. Um, so again, we just never know. We just never know. Um, Aw, thank you, Diana. Thank you so much, and you take care of yourself as well. Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you. Hey, you guys are a great bunch of people, and I appreciate you all so, so much. You know, that's what keeps me going, what keeps the channel going, knowing that you guys, you know, are here. And um, yeah, I'm just very grateful and blessed to have you guys.
It's natural to feel those things. It definitely is natural. It's the grieving process, right? The grieving process. Yeah, Virginia. It is so sad. Divine timing. Divine timing. And this was Sebastian last night that I was watching. Like I said, this is going to be, you know, it's going to be also, it's going to be going back and forth. So when I got done with the live last night, Jill texted me and she said, I don't know where Jill's at this morning, but Jill texted me and she said, will this that you're talking about with the divine justice with Australia coming to Sebastian's IC is, you know, is what we're seeing for tonight or in the morning, early morning, is that going to like kind of activate it? And I was like, oh my God, yes, Jill. Yes. It's exactly what it's going to do. Exactly. I was like, I meant to say that and completely forgot. Thank you, Jill. You are a smart cookie. You're learning. And that's what this channel is all about. It's just learning something new, something different, something that can you just feel closer to the universe. You just feel closer to God when you're able to understand the language of astrology, because it's a divine science. It's been around since before you and I ever even thought about coming to Earth. It's just when the stars were created, this language was created. And we have always sought answers from above, right? Yeah, Jill. So this energy with Sebastian, we're gonna keep watching it. We got May 6th, August 31st, and we got December 11th, days after Sebastian turns 18. And we're going to continuously look at this energy with Sebastian. You think, well, Sebastian didn't know Tony. How is this affecting him? How did you see that with him? Tony has affected this case with Sebastian. So, of course, it's going to, his dad and his mother have been affected.
Okay, guys, and I also want to say that Tony has followed up on tons of leads with Seth as well, right? So he has absolutely made an impact on Sebastian's case for Sebastian, right? For Seth, but for Sebastian.
And we all come together. People that you don't even know yet are already aligned with you. And they are already connecting with you through your chart. It's a beautiful thing. And it's not something that is foolish. It's not something that is evil. And that is where we just have to grow. We just have to grow. And, it's another thing too, that when that person put that on this live stream, it was at 4:01 a.m. I'm an astrologer. I know who it is. I've been doing it long enough. I'm no dummy. So I just wanted to come on for a little bit this morning and give my condolences to all of us who were affected, who will be continuously affected by Tony Matthysse, whether you liked him or not. He's a family man. He has worked his ass off day in and day. I'm talking about hustler, always working for other people, doing things for other people. And we could learn a lot about that, because a lot of people are so selfish. They are so selfish. It's all about them. And not only that, Tony would give you the shirt off of his back. But let me tell you something. The integrity that he had. And if he would loan, I never got a loan from Tony. Okay, just putting that out there. But I do know that people that have gotten a loan from Tony. Sure do.
Yep, I do as well. And I will tell you again, with Tony's generosity and just the care that he has for other people, he wants to see people do well. And I think that's the hardest part, to see him being dragged through the mud the way that he was, is because he just only wanted to see people do well and succeed, not see them fail. Hey, Gigi. But, again, like I said, he held himself to standards. He held other people to standards, like with Janice talking about in terms of integrity. That's just how he was.
I never had to get a loan from Tony. There were times that Tony wanted to buy my dinner. There was times I let him buy our dinner. But then there were times that we were like, no, you're always buying, Tony. You're always doing for other people. And we can learn a lot from that, because I can't tell you how many selfish people I know that I put up with that are so selfish. But Tony Matthysse is not a selfish man. He would do anything, give and give and give and give. And he was given out. He gave so much of his time, not just to Sebastian, Caleb Harris' case, you know, and he worked a full-time job, had a great job.
Yeah, guys, very accomplished. Yeah, Seth says the way the hate channels are still dragging his name. I swear to God. I'm glad I haven't seen anything like that. You know, I've kind of tried to lay low off it because I didn't, well, I expected it, I guess, and I didn't want to watch it. Um, you know, that's coming from people. I've always told you guys consider the source, and then Katie fucking says it. But consider the source, you know? I mean, we're probably talking about, I don't know who you're exactly talking about, Seth, but all of the hate channels. None of them ever do anything original or anything that is even worth a damn, you know? And that's sad for them. That's sad. That's a sad existence for them. And again, like I said, misery loves company. Just a whole bucket of crabs that just keep pulling the other crabs down, you know? So they don't want to see anybody do well or be free, you know, because they're miserable. Brenda Calvert says, I remember hearing Tony had went with Seth to check out a lead. Yeah, he's done it a bunch. Yeah. Drove home to Texas and then another lead came in. Yes, Brenda, exactly. He turned around and drove straight back to Tennessee. I was like, wow, he is dedicated. Yeah, yeah. You don't do things like that because you're that's the big difference, Brenda. Then I'm glad that you said that because that's you don't do things like that because you're trying to get anything out of it. That's the kind of dedication and the kind of friendship that is again is rare, especially as we get older, right? Because Seth and Tony didn't know each other their whole lives or anything like that. Tony just saw that Seth needed someone, you know, needed a friend, needed a guy friend, right? Um, needed someone to look out for him and his best interest for Sebastian, you know? So, but yeah, you just don't do things like that. And I think that was another big turning point for me, Brenda, was when I heard that. And I'm like, well, he's obviously not trying to get anything from Seth then. You know, he's obvious because he's obviously not you know, having Seth pay for that. Um and Brock said I heard Tony talk on all of these YouTube streets. Yeah, those sons of bitches. Yeah, you do it out of love. That's right, Lori. And hey, Gigi. Yeah, you do it out of love. You do it because it's what's right. You do it because you'd want somebody else to do it for you. You do it because you care for Sebastian. You're trying to find him, right? There's a lead, you know, hot damn, let's get on that lead, you know? And that's the sad part because if they're doing it, then what about law enforcement? So that's right, Detroit. He will be guiding the way from heaven and aw, Detroit. And he will be Seth's and Sebastian's guardian angel. He's not going to give up that easy. That's right, Detroit. Detroit, you're so sweet. Thank you. Where your attention goes, energy flows. Refuse to watch those hate channels. I know, Sense of Soul podcast. Woo. Yeah, I know. I know. And I get sucked into it sometimes though, because I'll be like, oh, I wonder what they're saying. You know what I mean? It's like curiosity killing the cat. And then I immediately regret it. You know, it's like eating one, you know, more than one piece of cheesecake. It's just that type of it's that guilt, you know? It's like, you know, but I mean, I know, because you're so right. Yeah, where your attention goes and energy flows, and that's the thing. It does bring on negativity. And I believe in energy transfer too, you know, where somebody can be having a bad day and transfer that negative onto you. And I think that that's exactly what it is. You know, inadvertently, like even if you're just listening a little bit, because then I'm in a bad mood and I'm like, oh, here we go. Um, thank you, Jilly. Thank you, Jilly. Hi, Seth. I'm praying for you and your beautiful son. Aw, Jilly, that's so sweet. Yeah, yeah. It's just it's a very inaccurate portrayal of Tony, but again, it's just par for the course with these ones.
On the road all the time, providing, great provider for his family, great provider. And the ethics, the work ethic that he has, we could all learn a lot from as well. You know, I think that it just says a lot about who he is. And the people that would come out now and even speak on his name, like, you know who I'm talking about. Anybody that would come out and speak on his name in a negative light, that's their character. And that's the difference between them and Tony. Jealousy. And I think there's a lot of that going around.
Oh, definitely. Jen hits the nail on the head there, right? Again, I mean, here's the thing. Tony accomplished a lot. He has a lot, you know, not only monetarily, but you know, family wise and things like that. So, and again, anybody, I agree with Jen. Anybody that's gonna like say something bad, especially when when somebody passes away, it's kind of like you know, you either say something nice or you don't say anything at all, right? It's not like, I mean, you have to be a really bad person for someone to show up and you know say something rude at a funeral. Who, I mean, for any of us, right? Anybody who passes away, you just don't typically see that, right? Unless this person is a very horrible person. It's usually maybe somebody close to them, you know, or something like that. But you just don't do that, and it does show their character or lack of character, or you know, however we want to put it. It's just all bad, and it's disgraceful. Um, Especially if you've never even met Tony, for somebody to say something like they know him without even meeting him or speaking with the man, to me is like, you know, who the hell are you to say anything?
With grown folk. Jealousy. It's sad. Yeah, I mean, Michelle, definitely. Hey, April, good to see you, babe. True humanitarian. Always giving, always doing for other people. And we can learn a lot about that. And that's what I do on this channel. I'm giving, and I'm giving, and I'm giving. So for this coward, you're the fool, honey. I know exactly who you are. That's the real funny thing. I know exactly who you are. You gave me your birth time, you idiot. You goofball. But
You gave me your birth time, you idiot. I'm sorry. Oh, goodness sakes, Jen. She's so funny. And here's the thing, people that are going to troll at this time, let me just put it this way. Hey, Caleb Harris was found. Where's Detective Carter at? I'm just going to say that. Okay. Tony's track record was even better than the detective on the case. So let's just put it that way. Um, Oh my goodness. Oh, hell to the no, Seth. If they even try to do anything like that. I mean, to me, even speaking ill. Because here's the thing. Look, if I didn't have such a great experience with Tony, I would just play Jen's live and I would say, well, I mean, I don't really. But you know, who does that? Who does that? Who says, "Well, I didn't really like that person." No, you say, "My condolences to the people who loved you and cared for you," right? That's the big difference. You know, people just need to learn to, you know, no, I know, Seth. And I'm just so sorry. I am too, Jilly, thank you. You know, I mean, I know what a huge loss this is, and hey, I think that the more we all speak the truth about Tony, um, the more it's gonna shut up the people who have never met him. As I said before, never spoke with the man, you know, never even tried to do that because they're so oppositional, you know? Absolutely. Yeah, my heart goes to Dana. I said, please to Jen, you know, let her know that I'm praying for her and her family, you know, the kids, like, this is the thing, Tony left behind a whole ass family, you know, and then many of us who just even briefly knew him, or to Seth's, just developing like a family like relationship, a brother relationship. I mean, yeah, it's a tremendous loss. And I was still wrapping my head around it because I'm like, I should have known to look at Facebook. But again, I trust Jen, with my life. And yeah, her giving me the confirmation, I knew, because Jen doesn't bullshit people. You know that, Seth. And it's so funny. I love when she goes off because she's like, a ninja over here. She's hilarious.
No, it is what it is. Some people just don't have no sense. Sometimes, it's better to just not say anything. You don't have something nice to say. Maybe just not say anything. I'm not one of these people. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not one of these people that if I don't agree with somebody, I'm not going to entertain it. I'm just not going to go into the chat. I'm just not going to entertain it. I just don't. It's a waste of my time. But for these people that do go and speak negativity on anything, or, want to argue, it just says more about them and their character and their flawed character, for sure. For sure. And we got to work together. It's better when we work together. But it is what it is, right? Yeah. God is love. God is love. God is love. Virtuous. It is so sad that people act that way. Yeah, grow up and put your big girl panties on, honey. I know who you are. I mean, even if I didn't know the birth time, like, I just know who this person is. I can hear their squeaky voice in my mind's eye. But they did give me their birth time, and I knew exactly who it was when I saw it. Who's going to be up at 4:00 in the morning saying that to me? That's right. The golden rule. There's, I just can't believe it. I'm still in shock. I'm still really in shock about all of this. I'm in shock about how people act. I don't know why I get shocked by other people's actions. They do suck. I mean, they just do. And the craziest thing is that I'm the one that's going to be in their chat on their channel supporting them. I'm that one. But not one time is that person going to support me. But I don't do it. I do it because that's who I am. That's who I am. And I'm not going to change who I am because somebody else is not treating me the way that I want to be treated. I don't have to go in that person's chat. I don't have to watch that person's stuff. And I usually don't because I'm too busy doing my own stuff.
Yeah, guys, and it is hard as creators to watch everything. Even the people that I like, I don't get to watch as much as I wish I could, And Detroit, that is such a beautiful post. Oh my goodness. And Mrs. E, she's such a sweetheart. I mean to tell you guys, when I met these people at the gathering, it was just, a very beautiful, great experience for me. And I met so many wonderful people in person that I was hoping to meet, and then met people that I didn't know before that I'm so glad that I met. Um, I can't say enough good things. And I don't know how anybody could go to something like that, or I'd imagine many of the other gatherings were similar, and be negative, and take a negative away from it, because it was just people there with good intentions. Thank you, Chuchi. Yeah, no offense, Sasha, and I understand we're all curious. Thank you. Well said, Chuchi. Yeah, guys, tonight, just let Seth have some support. You know what I mean? Just wish him well, say prayers for him, you know. And I hate to sound like stepfoot. That's what I started typing, Chuchi, and I sounded like stepfoot. Well, I don't know if LE wants us to talk about that, you know, but I mean, I really don't know. I mean, you know, it's been addressed. Um, but yeah, yeah. But I know I know we're all curious. I understand. Oh my goodness, I know. I know. Exactly. Yeah. Let me go ahead. I'll pull this up really quick. Give me 1 second and I'll share. This is a good picture of Tony too. Um, Here we go. All right. And Mrs. E. Mrs. E is so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Inside and out. Okay, so can you guys see this? Let me make sure. All right, here we go. All right. So it says, we are heartbroken over the loss of our dear friend Tony Matthysse. Over the past couple of years, we've got to know Tony through our shared mission to find justice for a missing teen and answers for a devastated father. What started um, there turned into a real friendship. We were in awe of his commitment to serving others. The more we got to know him, the more we realized just how special he really was. Guys, I mean, Mrs. E just said it in one paragraph. Mrs. E, Mrs. E just said it in one paragraph. You know, what I've been trying to say this whole entire life. Because, yeah, for me, it's not about a clique, right? It's not like, oh, you guys can't come sit at our lunch table. I'm not a child, right? And so that's exactly it right there. We all wanted something. We all wanted to help, but then we ended up developing trust for each other and friendships with each other. And even a hater can understand that. Even a hater should be able to understand that. Tony was an impressive man in many ways, or in so many ways, excuse me. His generosity gave so much of himself to others. Countless hours, countless calls, showing up when it mattered most. And the thing is, most people will never know the extent of what he did because that's not why he did it. Tony wasn't looking for attention or credit. He just genuinely cared and felt called to help. And guys, I have to also agree with this completely here that Tony didn't want to ever be mentioned or um, you know, because like I said, I had a question for him because I almost retaliated when when everybody was bringing up about the picture, you know, and I was getting pissed. And I was like, this is some bullshit, you know, and I'm like, you know, I'm going to text Tony and ask him. And he called me, you know, right away and talked and let me know what I needed to know. And then I just figured, you know what? They're not worth it. And had I not talked to Tony, there would have been a different outcome. I would have probably addressed it. I would have probably fanned the fucking flame, right? And caused more shit and drama. But instead, Tony, again, was a coach to me, you know, and a mentor on how I should be conducting myself. That I was better than that. Because Tony, I know how Tony felt about me because he told me. He said, but you are better than them. Because I said, I'm not better than anybody else. And he said, but you are better than them. So that's what I got to take away from Tony. And I'll be damned if they're going to continue to tarnish his reputation after this man passed away. Mrs. E says, he showed us how to be a better friend to others through his own selfless example. He taught all of us something about what it means to be there for people, not just in words, but in action. We talked to Tony frequently through the years. At first, our calls were mostly about Sebastian's disappearance, vigils, and updates. Over time, the calls turned into conversations about life, family, and everything in between. He became our old friend that we just met. I feel that. Um, yeah, I feel that about, like I said, Jen, big time. Our friend Jilly that came to search with us this last time. We came to expect his weekly calls to check in on us. We will miss those so much. And Tony was very approachable also, I wanna say that, because, he may have seemed to be a little intimidating, right? Tony's not a small guy, and he could seem to maybe be intimidated. The picture, um, that I enhanced, Sasha, yeah, they brought it up again, like, a year later, or 8 months or whatever they did. But I'm glad that I spoke with Tony about it. Um, so yeah, I mean, he was a very approachable, kind person where he didn't seem like the type of person that you couldn't just talk to about regular things, right? And again, I didn't get a chance to work with Tony as long as I would wanted to. Again, like I said, him helping me with Devlin's case, and he never wanted me to say that, and I hope he's not upset with me for saying it now. But a lot of it had to do with the shit that he was going through. And he was happy to do it. It was exactly what Mrs. E is saying, exactly what Jen is saying, that he's just so generous and giving and likes to be a service to other people. He got nothing out of helping me with Devlin's case, who that poor kid, has no exposure except for from Channel 8 and Susan Samples. We love Susan. Big shout out to Susan. Thank you for keeping Devlin out there. Tony loved his family so deeply, you didn't have to wonder where his heart was as it came through in every conversation. The way he talked about his wife, his kids, you could hear the pride and love in his voice every single time. And Jen said the same thing. His commitment and love for them was immeasurable. On a personal note, Tony showed up for our family in a way we'll never forget when our son Cole was in rehab after his second brain surgery. Tony went 3 hours out of his way on an already long drive back to Oklahoma just to stop and visit him. That's the kind of man he was. The last time we spoke was just a few days ago. Even with everything he has going on with his own health, the first thing he wanted to talk about was our son and our family. That was Tony. Always thinking about others first. He shared some of what he was facing and the plan ahead. He was hopeful, but he also understood how serious it was. Still, his biggest concerns wasn't himself, it was the people he loved. So I think with this, guys, this will be a moment of kind of clarity on, because I know a lot of people have questions about what happened. It seems as though Tony wasn't in the best health and that they were working on um, some planning for what was ahead, right? And so it was something serious. So a couple of different things come to mind. But I think at the end of the day, his health wasn't great. Hey, Blue Love. Hey, Catherine. Hey, Dawn. And so yeah, I think that is gonna be the reason, that his health was, not great. And you know, also with the stress and everything, I think it just obviously wasn't expected. Um, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Chuchi. Yeah, well said. Tony is a giver, never a taker. Tony is a leader, never a follower. I'll tell you what, and like I said, Tony just did that naturally. That was just him, right? That's just kind of how he came off, as a person. Um, yeah. And like that's why I wanted to say, you know, Tony was very approachable though. And that's a rare thing to have, that where you're like that leader, that high D personality, right? Where you're direct and you know, get the job done and everything, but then he also had a very compassionate side to himself, very generous, very caring. He was a very good listener, and you know, if you, like I said, you give him a problem, he's going to try to help you figure it out. And not a lot of people, again, in this life are that way. You know, it's unique. Um, so we'll remember Tony for his friendship, his authenticity, his heart for others, his honesty, his faith, and the way he lived his life, putting other people first. We are grateful to have known Tony and blessed to have called him our friend. We're going to miss him more than words can say. Please keep his wife, children, and parents in your prayers. Rest easy, brother. Love always, Mr. and Mrs. E and Aunt E. Aw. So that is so sweet. That is so, so very, very sweet. So yeah, thank you, Detroit, for letting me know about that. I'm so glad that you told me so we could share that. That was beautiful. And again, you know, just a lot of the same things that Jen was saying that I wanted to say tonight. Yeah, and like I said, that's coming from people who have known him longer than I have. Yeah, that was so beautiful.
It is getting worse in the spiritual world for sure. Thank you, April. So do you. I love you guys so much. And I appreciate you being here with me. Hey, Ann, watching from Alabama. It is getting broken. Because I think that we are switching gears here. Think about with Sebastian and what I saw last night and coming into transit this morning. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that things are going to shine a light on some of the things that are centered around Katie Proudfoot. Yep, definitely another angel in heaven watching down. I just can't believe it. You know, I just cannot believe it. I just can't believe it. And I'm just still in shock. And I ended up getting texts last night because what they were trying to do is they were trying to keep a bunch of people from knowing, and it was just staying within, you know, certain people. And then all of a sudden people were going live about it last night. And I started getting texts from people that were watching that live. And I'm like, no way, no. And so I hopped on Facebook and I started seeing where people were posting it. And then I kept, Hillbilly, a broken heart. He died of a broken heart. That's what I'm saying right now, because I don't know for sure, but I do know that he had a broken heart. Had a broken heart. His best friend had just died of cancer. And he slowly watched him pass away, taking him back and forth to the doctor, getting chemo. And, you know, that's something else too that we could learn a lot from, is to, you know, come outside of ourselves, not be so selfish, not be so egotistical, helping our neighbor, helping our family, doing unto others that we want done to us. Tony was such a caring, giving person, was always looking after everybody. And it's like, who's looking after you, Tony?
Aw, and you know, Jen is so good. Jen is so good at realizing that and seeing people for who they are. You know, Jen is very, very good at that. And I think it'd be nice, you know, I'm going to get together with Jen and Jules about, hopefully doing something nice for Dana. But I mean, maybe even just doing a random act of kindness for Tony, because that's who he was. He was that person. He was that rock for people, not only for his own family, but for others. You know, Lori, tomorrow is not promised, girl. That's why I always try to make you guys laugh. It doesn't matter, even something horrible like this. So I played Seth side eye because I wanted to make him laugh. I wanted to make you guys laugh. I wanted us to remember Tony, you know, um, remember how much shit he really stood up through, even though he's such a rational guy, the bullshit with the machete from, Mr. Idiot over there. He dealt with a lot of shit. He dealt with a lot of shit. And he was right there with Seth, even though he knew how ridiculous the shit was. Seth knows how ridiculous. I mean, you can tell Seth is just not happy, in that. And who would be? You go to court and then you got Stepfoot over there winking at the lady, winking at Athena from Court TV. The hell? You know? Us normal folk don't deal with shit like that, right? We avoid it like the plague. It's messy, right? But there's Tony, there's Seth having to deal with it. His son's missing. Just wants to find his son. You know? She is, Jilly. She is. She recognizes things in people. She does, That's right. Don't take life for granted. Don't take it too seriously, guys. This too shall pass. This too shall pass. Don't catastrophize life. There's already enough horrible catastrophes that happen every day. We're seeing it. We're talking about it tonight. But so don't catastrophize the mundane, because life is too short. It is too short. Oh my gosh, Catherine, it was hilarious. You know what I mean? I was like, oh gosh, here we go. You know? But he was also there with Seth to pray with him. Jen's gonna play it. I've just been stopping too often. But he did so much stuff like that too. You know? Where he was there when it mattered, when it counted, when he needed to be. Seth's side, I was so funny. Well, he was already aggravated with the beeping of when I think it was the bedside clock that was like beeping, or something was beeping, and you know, whoever is in the background, I don't know who's in the background, so I don't want to say for sure, but they were like trying to fix it, but Seth side-eyed them first. Like, turn that off. And that's how I am when anybody makes noise, or when my air conditioner kicks on, I'm like side-eyeing it, because I'm like, what the hell? I'm trying to do a live, then you guys hear it, but it's Florida, it's hot here, so um my cousin passed away, says Anne, the day after Easter, and I'm still in shock. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm so sorry, Anne. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. I know, and the holidays are already so tough, um Yeah, Sense of Soul podcast says he seemed like a very patient man and one who lived his life in service to others. I pray his family, or pray for his family, and for Seth too. Yeah, thank you. And I do believe that as well. He had to have a lot of patience to deal with some of this, and he was always trying to get to the bottom of a situation too, and then see how he can figure it out. Right? He's a very logical thinking person, which helps a lot in this case, because you do have to sift through a lot of crap, and you do have to be patient, so uh, yeah, they worked with Terry Lynn as well, and in the beginning, yeah, Sasha.
You're, you're only one person, you're only one man, but man, he was constantly taking care of other people. And we can learn a lot. We can learn a lot from people like that. My stepson, Josh, he was always thinking about other people too. Even at a young age, he was just so giving. so empathetic, so understanding, that old soul type. So it's amazing. It's amazing that, and of course I pulled up Tony's chart, wanting to see it because that's what I do. I'm an investigator with astrology. So I wanted to see what I was, and I was like, wow, this is everything I was seeing for Sebastian. This is the time. This is what everything, I'm in transit. Everybody's in transit right now with Sebastian. And it just so happened to be because of Tony and the passing of Tony. So God is good. Yes, God is good. God is always good. And God didn't take Tony. Tony left when Tony was supposed to leave. Just like Tony came into this earth when he was supposed to, he left when he was supposed to. And we just have to think of it like that. Or I do. Y'all don't, but I do. I have to think of it like that. And I see it. I see it. Why did At Night put what out? I don't understand. I don't know. What do you mean? Why did At Night put it out? I don't know why At Night put it out. I mean, I guess because they wanted to. I don't know. I don't follow At Night. I've never, I'm my own person. I have my own way of doing things. I'm my own person. I don't put any stock into At Night. I don't, or Nick Fad or any of those people, Dog, none of them. I don't have, that's not where my focus ever goes. If I ever want any type of clarity, I'm going to go straight to Seth. I don't want to go to people like that. I don't know.
I mean, I'm like that with Jen, like that's the first person when I heard this news, I did not go to Facebook. Like I said, I should have. And Blue Love, I'm glad you're here. And thank you, Sasha. But yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to double check and fact check and, have you heard this? Because I would think that Jen would hear first, right? Or be one of the first people to hear that. And so I was just like, asking Jen about it, and then she confirmed it. So yeah, I mean, that's how I kind of make sure with information, I'll be like, is this true? Because Jen and I have a thing too. We're like, we know that we can trust each other, but also we like to show each other the receipts, right? So like if I'm going to tell Jen something, I'm like sending her a screenshot, because her and I like we want to see it, right? We're like, oh no shit, right? And it's not because we don't believe each other, it's just because we're like that. But I always know that I can count on Jen for good info, and I don't know why At Night put it out. I mean, there was I mean, I don't, maybe they were supposed to. I don't know. I don't ask me, but so I think at the end of the day, it really doesn't even matter, so. Oh, astrology for mystics with Jen. Let me, I'll put it in the chat for you. Yeah, Julie, she's great. She's great.
I'm not going to speak for Tony with, as far as I would leave that up to Seth. If Seth wanted to talk about how Tony and their relationship was, all I can say that for me, I don't put no stock in what they say. I just don't. I blamed God too. I did. There was a lot of, because I didn't know. I was going from church to, I was talking to my pastors, and there was a lot of things, a lot of confusion, a lot of questions. And I went to God myself, and I found God by seeking and constantly seeking. And I'm still a seeker. I still seek, and everything that I seek, I find. It's given to me. What I'm wanting to.
No, IML, as far as I know, he had a very good relationship with At Night. As far as I know, Seth, you should. He says, he says, Lady Freedom asked Jen. Jen asks me. I told Jen I don't know. Thanks a lot, Seth. All right, that's it. I'm blowing your email up. I just can't wait. No, that's too funny. Oh my gosh, you got me with that. Oh, Detroit. Oh my goodness. I love you, Detroit. She says, I have lit my candles for Tony to help him find his way. If you have a candle, please light for Tony. Oh, yes, exactly. Okay, we'll do that, Detroit. Oh, that's so beautiful. I love you. She says, for Tony to let him know that we're here for him. That's so cute. Oh. And tomorrow is light a candle for Devlin. My goodness, guys. Well, it's today, midnight, so um Chuchi. She says, Seth, you forgot Chuchi asked Lady Freedom. Can't wait to miss it, Lady Freedom. He just puts ignore. No, what do you do, Seth? Delete. Delete, delete, delete. I'm just going to spam you. Oh, that's very helpful, Seth. Bo. Oh my gosh, he's such a stinker. Aw, thank you, IML. She says I'll do that tonight. Aw, that is very nice. Oh, definitely. Hey, it's anything we can do, guys. Anything.
Understand is given to me. Everything that I'm seeking. So as long as I'm seeking God, he's seeking me too. That's the way I feel about it, We are seeking to find that middle ground and understanding. Yeah, Virginia, I mean, I look at free will a lot different than most people. I look at it, I've changed my mind about free will. I may again one day, but I've definitely changed my mind about free will. God is my strength. Yeah. What did Jeff say? Nick did a great job. Things he learned from Tony. We may have to disagree on that. I'm just not a fan. I'm sorry. I'm just not a fan. At night, I got my own thinking, my own experiences with at night. And I just don't, whatever Seth does, I'm going to support him. Who Seth supports, I'm going to support him. I may not like those people, but I'm still going to respect Seth's choices because he is the father of a missing kid. And he is doing what he can do in order to find his missing kid and get a lot of, attention on Sebastian. I think that there's a lot of, there's no handbook that comes with having a missing kid. There's no, that I would say that Tony and Seth have made some mistakes by some of the people that they've associated with, and then they've made great, strides in some of the people that they have associated with. And I think that you just learn as you go, and at the end of the day, at night, keeps Sebastian's name out there in a public forum. And so because of that, I respect them for that. I respect them keeping Sebastian's name and his case constantly in the public eye.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at with things, right? I mean, look, we can all do something. And At Night is a big organization. Everybody knows who they are. Dog the Bounty Hunter. I mean, yeah, we have to be grateful for anybody that's helping, right? Especially a big entity like that. Because not everybody gets that attention, right? And then also with Dog putting some are also on the billboards, like that's huge, right? Because it's more exposure for people. And so it's more exposure for the kids. So again, I don't agree with everything either. But I mean, we're not going to, guys. We would never, um, it's just never going to happen. We're never going to agree 100% with everybody all the time. It's just, that's setting yourself up for, failure. And, you're not managing your expectations. Um, when you do that, and when you think like, oh my gosh, we think exactly alike, because no two people think exactly alike. If they do, then they're lying, in my opinion. Seth says, raise our thoughts in prayer and lift our brother to his rightful place in heaven. Aw, thank you, Seth. um yeah, definitely, definitely. I mean, it's just such a heavy time. um Seth, huh? Chuchi, happy birthday. And Seth says, apologies, Chuchi. The Chip and, and Dale's weren't available for your birthday wishes. Oh, it's Bo's mom's birthday too. Oh my goodness, you guys. We'll see. I love that. Um, Debbie says what? Thank you. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I appreciate that so much too, Chuchi, because with Devlin's going missing, and we need some good things to celebrate too. So, well, most all us agree that the baby girl is a red flag. My PTSD. Good to see you. Yeah, I mean, it's just a theory, but I keep seeing a pattern of it, and I will be pointing it out when I see it. Either way, once we realize that somebody has committed that type of a crime, as soon as they get to the island, they're given a baby girl, right? So we can identify these people. Oh my goodness. Okay, guys.
Because it takes a lot to not switch and go to other cases and forget about Sebastian. They could easily do that, but they haven't. So I do respect anybody that's advocating. I have that respect. Now, as a person, or as someone, that I'm just going to hang out with you about, I may respect you with your advocation, but we may not be hanging out. I may not really like you because of something, or you may not really like me because of something, but you know what I'm saying? Not making any sense here. Oh, honey, thank you too. She, Shanna, she drives a truck. She drives an 18-wheeler. She bought her own magnets to put on her rig. Lives, hours away, but came to the protest, and did her little honking and stuff. I mean, we all do what we all do what we can do. The Jill has been, she's been going, well, not recently, but I'd say what, Jill, if you're still in here, maybe for the past month, Jill's been going hard with passing out flyers, putting out signs, talking to people. And, she's in another state. It doesn't matter what state you're in. It doesn't matter what country you're in. You can advocate. You can advocate for the missing. All you got to do is just talk to people. And once you start doing it, once you start putting that one photo out and talking to someone in the grocery store, or in the parking lot, or at the dollar store, or wherever, car wash, at the beach. As soon as you start talking to that, it becomes easier, and it becomes easier to advocate. And so that's what Jill has been doing. She's just been going hard with it, because you just never know. People that live in Nevada, California, Oregon, Virginia, Louisiana, Mississippi. It doesn't matter. Wherever you live, print you out some flyers. Talk to them. That's something that Tony was asking all of us to do. That is something that he was always asking us to do. And I think that with him, us honoring his wishes and his hopes of finding Sebastian that way. You just never know. You just never know. You could be the one that brings Sebastian home, and all you did was get off the couch, stop watching YouTube, and you went and you actually did something. Not create excuses as to why you can't. You got in the car and you did it, and you are the one that brought Sebastian home because you got off your ass and did something.
Jen says, because you got off your ass and you did something. Good for you. Good job. Jen's so funny. She cracks me up with that. See what happens when you get off your ass and do something? Oh my goodness. And Dave, thanks for being here. Hey, Sinner, good to see you. And my condolences go out to you as well. I'm so sorry. I went in your live the one day, and I just sent some well wishes, and then I ended up leaving because I had something else come up. So, yeah, thanks, Chuchi. Aw, thanks, Seth. Yeah, definitely. See some lemons in the chat. Absolutely. Yeah, it is. We do take inventory. That is so well said. And it brings us all together, which is a good thing too. Unfortunate circumstances tend to do that. Um, so yeah, it sucks the circumstances, but um and hello, Whispering Winds, Donna. Good to see you. And Debbie says, what? Says, my thoughts and prayers go out to you. And I'm so sorry for your loss of your brother, Tony. Aw, thanks, Debbie. And, here's the thing with Sebastian, anybody can pass out a flyer, right? Anybody can kind of send a digital copy of a flyer to friends and family, but also, build some awareness in your own area because that's really important. As Jen is saying right here, right? And because no matter where we are, we don't know where Sebastian is. If we knew where he was, then there we go. We're case closed. We're going on to the next one. And that sort of thing, right? I mean, again, there's going to have to be justice. I can't really say that it's going to be case closed, but you guys know what I'm talking about. It's like that's the goal. And then once that happens, but we don't know where he is. So he could be anywhere. Again, not to, quote Katie, because she says her son could be anywhere. Well, he could be, I guess. Hey, Linda. So, I mean, that's why it's important to spread awareness as well. Even in Tennessee, um, so it can make all the difference.
That's all Tony wanted us to do is just, hand out flyers. Hey, Army Vet, thanks for showing up. Hey, Reno. Yeah, just strike up a conversation about Sebastian, no matter where you are, wherever you're at, just strike up that conversation. And that's such a beautiful way. We get on YouTube, just like me. Like I get on YouTube, I show his map, I talk about him and everything. But if you go up to my dollar store, you're going to see his picture. You're going to see his picture at the different stores. You're going to see signs on the way out to the house. You're going to see that. Because I'm not just advocating for Sebastian on YouTube. I truly want him found. And those of us that truly want to help, it's so simple.
Yeah, Jen has a sign in her yard as well. So, and again, that's just all we can do to spread awareness is to put the flyer out there, let people know, look, Sebastian's still missing, because a lot of times people don't realize that the person is still missing, that they're still out there. And again, Sebastian's been missing for 2 years, so he's gonna maybe look a little different, a little older. So yeah, I mean, we have to get that awareness out there, and also putting pressure on the ones who have knowledge.
And that is what Tony wanted us to do so bad. It's just, he truly believes that if Sebastian is alive, that us handing out flyers, talking to people about Sebastian, that is what's going to bring him home. He said, Jen, He said, even in Knoxville, Tennessee, because Karen, the real Me Too, and Karen and Tony went to check out a lead all the way out in Knoxville when Tony was in town and she was in town. We were all in town, and they left, drove 4 hours out that way, came back 4 hours this way, checking out a lead. Well,
All right, guys. So here's another example, right? That even with coming to and showing up to the gathering, then Tony goes off and that goes for the real Me Too again. Big shout out. Went over and checked out a lead, right? I mean, this is why it takes all of us. Seth can't be in 7 different places at once. That's why he needs people that are dedicated. He needs people that are going to stand with him and do the right thing and do what needs to be done, right? To find Sebastian, it's not something one person can do. And I've told you guys that a million times too. It's not like a TV show where we have, the main guy that solves the case, right? No, it takes all of us. It takes everybody to do things and to help, and until the very end, here's Tony, you know. And I mean, I didn't even know that they did that until now.
he said, you would be surprised at all the people that just don't know. In the state of Tennessee, there's a lot of people that still don't know that Sebastian's missing. And he said, that's what we need to do. We need to get everybody going, handing out flyers. Because at the end of the day, there's so many people that just don't know that he's missing. And so creating the awareness, because a lot of people aren't on YouTube. They may not be on TikTok looking at missing kids. These older folk, they are not on these channels. So they don't know that Sebastian's missing. They may not be watching Channel 4 on Facebook. They may be watching CNN. So maybe they've seen him once or twice, but you got to show someone a picture over and over and over again for them to really retain and remember, so.
Yeah, well said, Jen. Absolutely. Yeah, I know you try, Seth. That's my mind always feels like it's in 100 different locations all the time. I know. I know. Um, well, and that's why, I did send you an email and no joke, all joking aside, I should say, and I said, you're just doing everything that you can do. And, cause I do think about that a lot. And I think about how much you, do to keep Sebastian's name in the public and just, doing awareness and different things for him. Um, we just don't see that with everybody, even if they don't have guilty knowledge, we don't see it with everybody. Um, and I don't know how somebody couldn't do it. So I always think that you're an awesome example of, um, of a dad looking for his son, and not giving up because it's easy to give up. That is the easiest thing, right? It really is. It's the easiest thing, but you just keep going and it shows your character, your perseverance, and how much you just want Sebastian to be found, you know. Thanks, Donna. That's so sweet. Oh, and Dave, thank you so much for becoming a new member. I appreciate that so much. I need to get my memberships back and grab one from you too, Dave, because but I'm like I'm a broke bitch. Because I'm doing another trip. Because I'm gonna see my daughter graduate. So with her master's degree. So I'm excited and it'll just be nice to see her. But I'm like, collecting every little penny for that. So, I think that's a great idea. My PTSD says, is there any long distance semi companies out in Sebastian's area? They might put signs on their semis and trailers if they own theirs. Yeah, that's a great idea. When my dad was alive, the company he worked for did that once. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I know we have magnets, right? So I slap a magnet on, especially like when I rent the car too. So I'll take it and slap it on there. Um, so that way, because I just got a magnet this last time, which I was so grateful for. I was like, over the moon happy about it because, when I do travel through, I'm able to do that. So, um, and I just think the awareness is huge. So yeah, my PTSD, that would be great. I know they did that for Michael Monkey Vaughn too. I remember seeing that and being like, wow, that is such like a brilliant idea. Whoever came up with that, because yeah, they're always driving. But the magnets are cool because you can, take them off. And I do know who does the magnets. So we could always coordinate something if somebody wanted, um, to put one on their semi, because it's removable, it's not going to damage anything, really like thick, well made also. So yeah, Bo says welcome to the dragon tribe. Thank you, Bo. So yeah, I think that's a great idea because so many people will see it then.
There's a lot we can be doing to help find Sebastian, to help find these missing kids. There's a lot that we could be doing. Okay. We could be doing so much more. And that's what Tony was fighting for, is for us to be doing more, for us to be going and talking to people. Every state that he was going to, Seth's friends, they do the same thing. If they're going places, if they're handing out flyers. I've talked to Seth's other friends. That's what Seth does. Everywhere he goes, he's talking to people. He's wearing the shirt. He is a walking billboard. So, we can support channels. You can support me. You can support these other channels that are on YouTube. You can give your money to them. You can do all that. But at the end of the day, more can be done. More can be done to help find Sebastian. And that's what he was fighting for. That's what he was fighting for. Yeah. I mean, do you remember that time, April, that I called? I'm pretty sure you were in chat, and I called the sheriff of Georgia, and I was talking to him about, and he didn't know. Remember, he didn't know who Sebastian was. I mean, even law enforcement.
Yeah, that's needs to change, and I get it, guys. It's not like these cops can program everybody into their brains and stuff. I get it, but you would think the sheriffs of each area would have like a list or something. I know there's just so many, and it's, oh my gosh, it's just like the numbers are staggering, and those are the people that are being reported only, right? That we know about that are out there. Um, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children does a great job. Um, they really do. I know Detroit. I did when I was only doing videos. I did a video about like the milk carton kids, the Amber Alerts, and how that came about, and I think even how they did it in like other countries, and things like that, because it's interesting. And I read an interesting article about it because a lot of people are kind of, I mean, it's just not their thing, right? They don't want to hear about missing kids. Like, that's depressing, right? Like, it is. It's totally depressing. Trust me, I'm not always well received, and people are like, "What do you do?" Like, what are you talking about? Why? Like, that's why don't you start a cooking channel? But it's like, we need that awareness, and I think the milk carton thing was a strong campaign. Um, it really was. I don't know how they can implement something like that again. People were talking the one night about, maybe, Pepsi or, some of the bigger named companies could start putting missing flyers on the cans and things like that. It just sucks because it doesn't fit with most companies' bottom line. I mean, look, I could get like halfway monetized, and some advertisers won't want to give me AdSense, right, for certain content because I cover some pretty gruesome situations, right, especially when it comes to the Chester Cheetahs of the world, right? nobody likes that. Nobody wants to hear about it. It's like, ew, that's ugly. That's the underbelly. I don't want nothing to do with it, right? But it's never being brought to light. And so that's what's really, that's where the bottleneck is, right? Because nobody wants to promote that. You know, there's no money in it either. So, but yeah, I mean, I think like even pizza boxes would be a good, you know, and I don't know how we could get everybody out there, you know, there's just so many. But you would think the neighboring areas, maybe there needs to be a bigger push. Um, it is depressing. It is, Bo. I mean, I can't lie. Um, you know, I wish we could dedicate some billboards to just flashing the kids missing, 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 you know, on the billboards just everywhere. Um, because I'm a big believer in that as well. I even liked the billboards that At Night put out because I thought that they were edgy and I thought that they were thought provoking. Um, but I also thought that if there was someone with guilty knowledge, they would be offended. And we all know how Mr. Proudfoot came out just, I mean, guns ablazing, mad as hell. I mean, bothered as can be about the billboards. He said some awful things, and I even think he was speaking in tongues at one point. He was so pissed, okay? That's the pressure. That is shaking that bottle up and then letting it blow. Right, Groot? Good to see you, Groot. I love that analogy. I always use that analogy because it's true. You know, you don't know how much pressure is in that bottle until you pop that sucker open. And if it's been shaken up, or even, you know, every single time it's shaken up, it's creating pressure in that bottle. Um, yeah. Oh my gosh, Brenda, he was so mad. And some of those billboards were like only somebody who absolutely knew the case would understand it. Or if they had guilty knowledge, then they're going to, you know, they're going to be mad about it. They're going to have a guilty conscience, right? And they're not going to like it. Hey, Brad, they're not going to like it. So, and those are the people that they were trying to capture the attention of, right? Not the regular people. Um, they wanted to see what was going to trigger them. And to me, that was a smart strategy. You know, have we found Sebastian? No. But it's just like with Dean Warner's case. I mean, they did the same thing. They put out those, you know, spicy billboards, and even a billboard. I mean, anytime they have to look at what they've done, they're not going to want to see it. And then we have to look out for those behaviors of them to show, you know, to show us, you know, who's bothered and who's not. Because if you didn't have anything to do with it, then you're not worried, right? I mean, some of those billboards were just like, you know, somebody took me, or what was the, oh, I got him still back here. Well, this one's directed towards Katie, right? Google it, y'all. But like, who would know? And then actually it's a smart thing to put on a billboard, right? Google it, y'all. Google Sebastian Rogers, y'all. And then you find out, oh, he's missing. He's autistic from Tennessee, right? He is, you know, 5'5". Oh, okay. Well, if I see him, right, he wears glasses. So, I mean, but then here's one that they were super offended. These are the ones they were offended about. Who took me? Right? What did I do? Right? But who would even think like, you know, I might look at that and think to myself, well, what did he upset somebody or what was going on, you know? But I wouldn't necessarily know who they're talking about. So, you made me vanish. I'd be like, who made him vanish? You know? I mean, was it worth it? Whoo. Yeah, I'd say those are some spicy billboards, and only the person who's responsible would be a little pissy pants over them. All right, here we go.
Doesn't know who Sebastian is, and we're talking about a state over. You know, you got Tennessee here, you got Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. We're like neighboring, but he didn't know. This law enforcement officer did not know. This sheriff station had no clue who Sebastian was. Hey, Star Child. Exactly. It's, it's that tells you a lot about their character. It tells you a lot about they must know where Sebastian's at.
Okay, I will say that they've worn the shirt for Sebastian because I know Kimberly Hayes is saying, Chris and Katie have never worn that shirt. Okay, so they have, right? But it was just as a photo op. And the worst time they wore the shirt, and I'll say the first time and the worst time, and then really the only time they wore the shirt was when they went motorcycle shopping on the day of Sebastian's vigil. And then Katie turns around and lies her, ass off about it. Oh, here we go. It's a background. So let me give me 1 second. My HUD's gonna pop up in the screen. Where's the little teeny tiny? Oh, hold on. There we go. So Katie and Chris here in this background are wearing Sebastian's t-shirts, right? But they're motorcycle shopping, and Seth is at a vigil over at Beach High School. And Chris made an appearance before that, but then they never showed up for the vigil. Yet they're going to the motorcycle shop wearing Sebastian's t-shirt. Katie wore a green t-shirt that Duchess for the Missing helped design with Katie, and she wore that on Reels when she was on the Reels interview. Then Katie wore Sebastian's t-shirt on the 2-year anniversary interview with Holly Thompson, but it was brand new. You could tell she's never worn it before then. When you look at Seth and him wearing the t-shirts, they're definitely worn, and they've been washed and dried, and you could just tell a shirt that's been worn versus one that hasn't been. And that's just the way I look at it. But I did want to kind of put that out there because I do remember every single time, unfortunately, that Chris and Katie rocked out one of Sebastian's t-shirts. So, and it's very few and far between.
State trooper that didn't recognize Sebastian's name. Exactly. And see, this is what Tony knows. Tony knows this. And so every time I would talk to Tony about this, I mean, that's what he would say. Jen, there's just you, because I was trying to understand certain things, some of his ways, what he was thinking, where he was going with his advocacy, and that was it. I mean, he was like, we've got to do more. We've got to be doing this. Without doing this, we can't really say that we're truly looking for Sebastian. We got to be looking for him. We've got to be going to homeless camps, even homeless camps. Remember early on, Chris said that homeless camps would be a good place to look for Sebastian. Well, if Chris Proudfoot said this, maybe we should, maybe there's a little bit of truth to it. We just don't know. Maybe he knows something we don't know, right? And so even homeless camps, if you're no matter what state that you're in, go to a homeless camp. We have some off of Dickerson Road.
Yeah, guys, and a lot of times that's a good place to hit people up is the homeless camps, when somebody goes missing, and especially when you have an idiot stepfather who's trying to make people think that that's where he is. I forgot that Chris had said that at one point. Again, as we're going through and discussing these topics in the war room, those are some of the things that I want to bring in. Like when we're talking about the Proudfoots theorizing, what are some of the things that they've theorized about And how did they say it, right? Let's analyze that, because as we see in other interrogations, um, there is always some truth, right? As we see in other stories that are given, the ones that are changed that don't stay consistent, we see some leakage in there, right? Like for example, with Letitia Stout, she knew that they were going to find blood in the garage. So she said Gannon hurt his foot on some of the wood that Al had in the garage, right? He did woodworking in the garage. You could tell he had like a whole bunch of wooden planks and stuff like that, right? But she knew there was going to be blood in the garage. And so she concocted a story that would match up with there being blood in the garage, right? But I mean, there was blood all over the house. So what I'm saying is that's, those are little things that we can key in on and see if, well, maybe does that have any weight? Is that something that he's, because I mean, Chris has come out and said a whole bunch of stupid shit, you know, but I forgot about this one, you know, and then he's also talked about how Sebastian will come home at 18 and, you know, I won't be charged. And then he had all of his little cronies talking about how, oh yeah, you can disappear your kid for 2 years, 3 years. And it's, you know, because it'll be 3 years. Sebastian just turned 15. So when he turns 18 and he shows up, so yeah, I mean, I think that they're going to be in much more trouble than that. I think she knows Brad. Yeah, I do. I think she knows. I think she knows where Sebastian is, or she would be looking, right? She'd be desperately searching for her child. Um, so that's just a very strong indication. And again, that theory isn't just only mine. I mean, even Peter Hyatt, the late great Peter Hyatt, talked about that Katie holds the key, and that you don't look for something when you know where it is, or someone for that matter.
We've gone to some of the homeless camps here, but there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them in Nashville, surrounding counties. If my mom couldn't find me, she would holler in the neighborhood, go to the neighbor's house. Something in the original story isn't logical. It's not. Every day is a blessing from God. Love all. We all pray in Jesus, bring Sebastian home. We pray in Jesus' name. The world cares about you, Sebastian. Yes, we do. We are leaving Friday to head to Florida, and we will be searching for Sebastian. Yeah, I mean, this is what, you know, Smack Talker does. I mean, they go to different places and they put out flyers, and that's what they do to help bring Sebastian home, to bring awareness that Sebastian is missing. So everywhere that they go, they are doing the same thing. They are creating awareness. And that's, like I said, I mean, you know, that's one thing that Tony continuously wanted us to do, is to hand out flyers, to be talking to people. And, you know, these leads that come in, leads are still coming in, guys. You may not hear about them on the YouTube streets, because Seth is going to keep any lead that comes in close to his vest. Just because we are not hearing about anything doesn't mean that he's not doing anything about it. You know what I mean? Like he is, if he needs to go to another state, he goes to another state. He picks up and goes. You know, that's what Smack Talker and Uncle Taco do. They just, every place that they go to, they're talking to people. They're putting out flyers. Yeah, bless his family. Yeah. Rest areas, yes.
And a big shout out to Uncle Taco, right? And Straight Talker, excuse me, Smack Talker. Almost made a horrible mistake there. But yeah, because they are, guys, and that's the thing, that people don't realize it, right? Because we can't know everything. None of us know everything, so it's understandable. But I mean, there's always things that people are doing behind the scenes, and they're doing it because they want to, right? And they don't usually have to announce it, right? Um, there's just always stuff going on. So just something to think about. I'm sorry, Anne. I understand that. I understand that. Yeah, when I lost my mom, I had a real bad panic attack. She says I was on the edge of a heart attack and I lost my dad and aw, oh, and I lost it at the end. Yeah, I understand, Anne. I'll tell you, and when you have a panic attack, it feels like, I mean, a heart attack. So I understand. Um, it's never easy to lose anybody. It just never is. And they say time heals all wounds. Well, not really. I mean, you just kind of learn to cope with it better, I think, than anything.
Rest areas are good. So many stop. And, especially the truck drivers going to the truck stops. Going to truck stops. You just never know. You could be the one. And that's one thing that we just have to keep telling ourselves, hey, maybe you don't feel like it. Maybe you don't feel like doing it today. Okay, well then maybe you'll feel like doing it tomorrow. Don't beat yourself up if you want to and you're just not doing it. Just you got to start at some point in time. You just got to start. And once you start, it's going to be easier to do it the next time, Yeah, he could be in a camp. Yep. What did he say? I don't watch Mob Crew. The lights are just not, you guys know that Seth asked me, oh God, when did he ask me? He asked me for a hot minute, okay? He asked me for a hot minute to create a new map for Sebastian. And a map takes me a long time to create. And I have a lot of time invested in the map with Sebastian leaving from his home. So I kept saying, everything just lines up too good, Seth. I mean, I don't know. And Seth, he kept asking me, just please, have you created it yet? And he would ask me, have you created it yet? Well, I finally did create a new map. So now I have two of Sebastian, but this one is leaving from the Texas Roadhouse. So when they are pulling out of the restaurant, when she is backing up, that's the time stamp that all of the map from the Texas Roadhouse is going to show. The one thing that I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt is this energy that I am seeing with Sebastian's case. Okay. Yeah. What were you seeing here? Because I don't know if that's what you're saying, but I don't think that he made it home. I don't think that there was any switch off. I don't think that there was. Yeah, I don't think he ever went home. Mm-mm. And I don't think that there's a whole bunch of people involved, because the more that you have involved, the more that you are at risk. So I don't think that there's a bunch of people that are involved that are outside of their circle, outside of Chris and Katie's circle.
Boom. And I agree with Jen 100% here. And here's why. I mean, I'm applying logic to this situation. And like Jen is going to say, loose lips sink ships. They do. It's like, the more people that you tell, the more people, the more chances for somebody to talk. And look, guys, there's a, substantial award out. Say what we will about At Night. Is there really that type of money out for Sebastian? Either way, it doesn't really matter, because there's a $50,000 reward out. I don't know about you, but if I had $50,000, right, just given to me tomorrow, that's fucking life changing. I mean, it just is for any normal Joe, Jane out there, right? It just is. So if somebody, and that's what they're banking on, is somebody leaking out information, knowing something that was told to them, right? And that's what they're banking on. Someone to come forward who has some knowledge, someone to roll, right? But nobody's rolling because they're involved. because everybody, as Jen is saying, in this small circle of people that were involved in Sebastian's disappearance, none of them are going to roll on each other, or they would have already. Chris would have left Katie a long time ago. He's stuck with her now. He's stuck. Hey, KJ Mack. He's stuck, guys. Because he did something just as bad as she did, in my opinion. Guilty, guilty is not a factor here because there haven't been charged with anything. So it's, innocent until proven guilty. Right. But in my opinion, I'm right there with Jen. There wasn't a whole bunch of people involved in this. It was a small circle. They don't tend to, historically speaking, they don't put the info, they don't enlist other people to help. I guess this is the best way I could say it. They already have people that are willing to do it in their small circle. Right? So, and I also think this was well planned. And so with that being said, it's a small circle of people. It's not a whole bunch of people at the Texas Roadhouse. And, and again, none of us are going to get this 100% right because we have a lack of knowledge and information about what happened. Right? So that's why I can say, sure, I think that if Sebastian made it home, the way he made it out of the house would have been the 3 a.m. lights. I think that because why else would there be activity in that common area at that point in the night? Right? But I also don't know that for certain. And I also don't know that that was Sebastian taking the trash out. I don't. Because even Seth seeing it said, I'm just not sure. I can't make it out. Anybody else that saw it in the neighborhood who has spoken out about seeing it says that you can't tell if that is Sebastian or not. Right? And when we think about them saying that Sebastian was last seen in the area of Stafford Court, they're referring to the trash can video, in my opinion. That's the only logical explanation for them saying that he was last seen on Stafford Court. Right? But the last time anyone publicly saw Sebastian is getting into the car at the Texas Roadhouse at, what was it, 6:24 p.m. on February 25th. So, in my opinion, it can go either way. Now, if I think that Sebastian was handed off on the way home from the Texas Roadhouse, it would have had to been, for me, Stop 30 Road. In my opinion, something may have been going down at the Texas Roadhouse or was supposed to have gone down at the Texas Roadhouse, and it didn't. And I think that the interaction with the green hoodie is the reason why it didn't go down the way it was supposed to. But that's just purely speculation. I can't tell you either way. It's grainy. Again, it's heavily pixelated. It's blurry. It looks like someone took a blur and put it over that lady's face. Or man. I don't know. It's a shim. But either way, I don't think they would have enlisted other people in something so monumental as disappearing Sebastian. Do I think that they thought it was ever going to become monumental as it has? No, because they underestimated Sebastian. They underestimated him big time. So that was another one of their mistakes.
The one person that I do think that would know based on the map and based on these energies that is showing up with Sebastian here is this. Sebastian, his lowest point at home, where this is going to, his MC and his IC is going to be constantly influenced throughout the year. Like I said, May 6th, August 31st, December 11th. Those are the days that there's going to be an active influence. And it has to do with his mom, but it also has to do with his Aunt Melissa. So his lowest point is Melissa's home, is going to Melissa. That's his lowest point on the map, no matter where he went missing from. That's his lowest point is her. So, and I think we kind of feel that when we listen to Melissa and Sebastian communicate, on some of those videos. It doesn't set well with us, right? It's not setting well. We can feel the irritation and the bitchiness that she has towards Sebastian. I stand on the narrative being taken to a camp like on Hell Camp. Like CP says, he walked through that door at 18. Yep.
Yeah, and see, I'm with Uncle Taco too, because it's like, that's a very strong possibility, in my opinion, with the way that they wanted to handle Sebastian. We just know that, and especially going back to it when Tony was on Mr. and Mrs. E's Crimecast and talking to all of us about it and kind of breaking the news to us, right? Like, Tony is the one that broke the news to us that Sebastian was having major issues at home. And then with the 4 CPS reports, the 5th CPS report that is still open, but they had knowledge and they had obtained all 4 of the original complaints or what have you files from CPS, right? And then there was a 5th that was not out yet. So we know that there was also emails and talk of them not wanting Sebastian to live with them anymore. I just can't imagine parents that don't want their child to live with them anymore. To me, I just cannot fathom that. No, But they wanted to put him into Bledsoe Youth Academy, which is for troubled teens. I mean, kids that have big issues. And not only that, they were cited around this time, and it was local news, that Bledsoe was under a big time investigation for what had happened from the kids that had come from another state. New Hampshire. There we go. So Seth said, no, we're not going to do that, right? And he got some other recommendations. But there was pricing issues for all 3 of them where they couldn't afford these places. So how much was Bledsoe? Right? And what would they be willing to pay? And, we've been talking about that a lot. But I think that Uncle Taco is, in my opinion, that is one of my theories that I can see being a probability rather than just a possibility. And that really opens up a lot of options when it comes to that, it just does. So, I mean, that is another theory of why they would hand Sebastian off. And I'm here to tell you guys, these places, they don't take bags of clothes with the kids. They don't. They don't have you pack up all of your things and let you have the comforts of your home. That's not how they operate.
Yep. December 11th. That's going to be just days after his 18th birthday. So we're going to, we got some time to be looking at it, to investigate it, and to see who all's showing up. But I can promise you 2 people that are showing up, and that is Melissa and Katie. Katie is constantly showing up with those dates that I told you about. She is definitely showing up. and her connections with certain states is also showing up. So I will be talking to you guys about that. I promise you. We got a little bit of time, we got a little bit of time for me to invest, because a lot of times you can ask Jeff. I mean, a lot of times I will be sitting here for a whole day and night and be investigating the chart, going back and forth to see who it is and where we could find Sebastian. So it's not something that is a fool, okay? It's not something that a fool could do, okay? You got to be pretty, you've got to have some mental agility to go back and forth to charts, to look at the way that I investigate and to help find missing kids. I'm only going to get better, okay? Only going to get better. Yeah, all connected. Yep. Show enough. That's the only reason why the law enforcement is standing down. Is that what you think? Is that what you think? Yeah, multiple screens. But yeah, guys, I just, my heart's heavy today. My heart's heavy for the people that were close to Tony, Seth, the friendships, that Tony had outside of Tony, Tony and Seth are like brothers. They became very close. And I think Seth looked up to Tony, and I think that he learned a lot from Tony. I think Tony learned a lot from Seth. Seth is, he's younger, but Seth has got a lot of wisdom. He's went through a lot, and he definitely has a lot of wisdom from those experiences that he's had. Yeah, thank you, Uncle Taco. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Yep. Seth happened to deal, for Seth to not know where Sebastian's at, have someone by his side as he's advocating, and now that person is not there. It's really hard. And my heart just hurts so bad for Seth, and I can't do not a damn thing. The only thing that I can do is just be supportive friend and still just, stay on top of his son's case and just look like crazy to try to find him, But there are still leads coming in. There's still leads that Seth is following. So, we're just, punishment has to fit the crime, right? Yep. Yep. So, look, Sebastian didn't make it home. When I had told people that I didn't think that the lights had anything to do with anything, you would have thought that I said something about God. I mean, people came at me like crazy, but I have the right to investigate the way that I investigate. I have that right. This is my channel. There are people that come here to see how I'm investigating. And if I tell you that I don't think he made it home, and I have created a new map from the Texas Roadhouse, then that's the way that I think, that he didn't make it home. And I will wait for everybody else to catch up. I'm not going to be obnoxious about it. I'm just going to sit back and wait. And here we are. More and more people are thinking the same thing, that Sebastian didn't make it home. And you know what else? The only proof of life that we have is Sebastian leaving the Texas Roadhouse. We don't know anything about anything else other than that. There is no beautiful video showing Sebastian skipping to Malou, taking the trash out. It was dark. And I think that that's something that we're going to be going back over this year, is if that was even him taking the trash out. Because I guarantee you something. The video that Seth saw with him taking the trash out, the Secret Service and them, they could probably do a little bit more with that video. I don't think he made it home. So I called a lot of slack for that. As long as other people are saying that they don't think that he made it home, it's okay. But God dang, don't let me say it. I just don't know what I'm talking about. I don't think that after seeing everything the way I investigate with, I just don't think that he did. I don't think that there was anything that would have been needed after they left the roadhouse. Well, how did she do it? Well, we could talk about all of that, and we have talked about that on this channel. But the thing is that, yeah, Secret Service, hey, Jules, the Secret Service could definitely analyze the heck out of it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Katie said the FBI was the ones that analyzed it and could confirm that it was Sebastian because of the way he ran. And I did drop the link for the video where Katie is wearing the t-shirt and she talks about Sebastian running like Naruto. But here's the thing. Seth also made a video. Excuse me. He didn't make a video. He posted a video that he had taken of Sebastian when he was younger, and he was playing tag and running around, right? And he wasn't running like Naruto. He was running like any type of person runs, right? So that to me was concerning when I saw it. It's still concerning to me now because Katie is just a bull-faced liar, you guys. She just really is.
Yep. Would you want to be over the donations to send Tony's family flowers and dinner? I think that that's for somebody that's more Virgo-ish. I don't do well with planning with stuff like that. But I don't know. We'll talk about that. I'll message you or something. CP knew all those lights broken and CCTV. Either way, I mean, it was very on this channel. Yeah. And it's more like for, yeah. But that's a good idea, honey. I think that that's a great idea. I'm just, I try not to focus much on Green Hoodie. Like I said, I don't think that, Katie's mom has been looked at a lot. She has been investigated a lot. There has been a lot of things that go behind the scenes. And there is so much, that we could, that I don't even know. I mean, Seth keeps a lot of things close to his vest. He doesn't tell anybody about anything because he seriously just wants to find Sebastian, and he doesn't want anybody to ruin it by accident of me saying something by accident or something, or somebody else saying something by accident. So he just doesn't say anything to anybody, and he keeps it close to his vest. I don't think that Green Hoodie, I don't think that the bald man, I don't think that any of that. The only thing that I take from the Texas Roadhouse is the timestamp of when Sebastian left, because his mother is military, his dad is military. I mean, his stepdad is military, and they don't need other people involved in a situation like this, because one loose lip is going to sink the ship, and they know it. You know, when they were doing their dirty stuff with Nina, they didn't have other people involved in their dirty work. They did it. They did the dirty work themselves. So I don't think that they're
Wow. This is such a strong point, right? And we know this to be true based on what Nina has said, right? So she talks about how they do these things and terrorize her all the time. You know, they use F and Patty. They have a small, close circle of people who they work with that are already involved in doing the dirt with them, right? They're like happy to do it. Blue Love, you could be right about that too. She says, I think that the green hoodie was scoping the vehicle and got caught. I mean, guys, it could be just something like that. It really could be. Um, she was near the vehicle for a couple of minutes. So, but I just always wondered why they didn't look more into that, because she was standing there so long, she really has. So, yeah, I'm gonna do a side by side when I get off here IML, because I do have both vehicle or both videos. Um so yeah. Yeah, I'll post it. It'll be, a short one, or it won't necessarily be on a short, but yeah. And I mean, this is when he was younger, and he's playing tag with the other kids, and he's not running like Naruto. I would think if he did something like that, it would be, something that he would have been doing his whole life, right? Katie's just full of crap. Yeah.
There's a bunch of people that are involved in knowing what happened to Sebastian. I think that there is this tight circle with the Proudfoots that know. Other than that, nobody else. Never said my opinion before, but finally, I will say I never thought he made it home. I don't think so either. I mean, we could be wrong. I'm open to changing my mind. That's the thing about cases that I've learned throughout the years, is that, you might need to be able to change your mind. If you're going to be in true crime, you may want to be able to change your mind, because otherwise some of these cases are really going to knock on the floor if you can't change your mind. You got to be open to different scenarios, different angles, ways of looking at a different case. From the beginning, she deceived the public, telling Seth the picture she showed him was the last picture. We all know now it was a blatant lie. Yeah, that's our opinion. We're sticking to it. KP ran up to Texas to see what was called on. Yeah.
And guys, I really think, in my opinion, that we should never be afraid to voice our opinions. You could be wrong, you could be right, though. What if you're right and you kept it in the whole time? You're going to regret that even more. You're going to say, damn, I wish I would have said that. I was right the whole time, right? Trust yourself, trust your intuition, think for yourself. Always be true to you. If you think Sebastian didn't make it home, say it loud. Let us know what you think. Because again, you could be right and everybody else could be wrong, and if you are wrong, so what? It's just an opinion. And I think we all are going to find out when the truth comes out that we've been wrong on certain things and we've been right on certain things. It's trial and error, and it's also, being brave enough to stand on your own convictions and trust your own self, right? Trust what you're thinking. It does help to ask ourselves why. It does help to look at a theory and play it all the way out. Because if we're not, then that's where we're going to fall short. But if you have a theory about something and you start playing it all the way through, and everything matches up and it all starts making sense, you might be onto something. You're probably on the right track, because that's how that works. The truth makes sense. Lies don't.
Yep. Well, I think that, it's also a Virgo thing for her. She wants to be able to see what everybody else is seeing. you know? No, I said his stepdad. Sebastian's stepdad was in the military. His mom was in the military.
All right, I'm just gonna call out this lady as a troll or whatever, who God only knows. I mean, you know, people are so stupid. I'm just like, trust yourself. People are stupid. But I mean, oh, come on, you troll. All right.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, stepdad. I understand. I mean, I do understand because it's like if you say that you don't think that he made it home and that the lights aren't anything, it's like, whoa, hold on, you know? And it's not that I'm being ugly or that I don't like the work that Mob Crew is doing. It's just that I may not agree with, I don't have to agree with other creators and they don't have to agree with me. It's okay. We can still be nice and respectful and cordial, you know? We can, you know, just because, I mean, anybody that is keeping Sebastian's name out there is a winner in my book. You know, I'm grateful. I'm not hateful at all. But don't be getting all mad at me because I don't think that he made it home. I don't think that we were swapping out clothes. We forgot something and had to come in the middle of the night. I just don't. And if it turns out to be that that's what it is, okay. Okay, I've got two maps. I've got two maps, one that he made it home and one that he didn't. But I am working more and more on the one that he didn't make it home. I'm working on that one.
Well, and you know, it could go either way. And honestly, I'm with Jen. I don't think that they forgot anything. I think if they did the deed, right, they did it then. If they did anything that night, because why else wouldn't they just, you know, well, I guess scratch that. I was going to say something and I'm like, that doesn't make sense either. You know, but I mean, again, I just don't think that they forgot anything. If Katie was planning this out and there was a handoff, then she would have had a bag packed. And like I said, these places that we're talking about them taking Sebastian to, they're not wanting a bag packed for him. Right? That's just the reality of the situation. Faye, good to see you. You know, they break these kids down like military style, right? They're not letting them bring their teddy bears and the things that are comfortable for them, you know? So.
And I think that there's a very good possibility that he just didn't make it home. So my opinion, you know what I'm saying? Well, the Bower Sox, you know, they like to fix, manage, control everybody's life in that family. And, you know, that's exactly, I think that, you know, that's exactly right. We don't need anybody else. Those people, that circle, their little tight circle, that's about the gist of who would know what happened to Sebastian and where he's at. And maybe even played a part in taking him or meeting up with someone. Yeah, the common goal is just to bring Sebastian home. And if everybody agrees on that, that's all we need. Just bring Sebastian home. Yeah. Right. Everybody's not gonna agree on everything. It's just that's silly to even think about it. All of his shoes being there, I agree with you about him making it home. I don't know about the shoes. I don't know that he didn't have any other shoes. I mean, so I really, for the longest time, I got stuck on that.
Yeah, and I don't think we should be as stuck on that. Look, that's Katie's story. That's what Katie's telling us, you know? I mean, and Seth did say that all his shoes seem to be accounted for, but those are the ones that he knew about, right? So, in the same way, I can't get too stuck on it either. And I play it every single night in my intro. And it's Eric Craddock, and he's saying, I'm not going to say he was barefoot. His mom said all of his shoes are accounted for, but I'm not going to say that he's barefoot, right? And that was on day 2, so well, February 27th that he said that, and I play it every single night because not even Craddock is saying. I mean, we have to listen to what they're saying too, I guess, at a certain point. But he wasn't buying it either. I'll just put it that way.
I got stuck on the shoes, and I couldn't allow myself to think any other thing, anything else because of the shoes. But if we take the shoes out of the equation and just forget about the shoes, because we don't know if he had shoes on or not. If all of his shoes are accounted for, well, evidently they weren't all accounted for because he walked out of that home with shoes, or he didn't make it home with shoes. And him and his mother look like they have the same shoes anyway. But I don't know. Wasn't there someone seen hiding in a yard? That's what I just, the fact is, for me, the fact is that I saw him on camera leave the roadhouse, right? So if I see Sebastian on camera at 6:24:57 or whatever time it was, leave the Texas Roadhouse, that's the fact that I know. Anything, the proof of life after that is all speculation and hearsay, because I've not seen any evidence that he made it home. I see evidence that he left the roadhouse, but I don't see any evidence that he made it home. Y'all don't either. You don't see any evidence that he made it home. You see speculation and theories, but that's it. So if I take that fact and I look at that chart, and then I map him from that point, from that place, from that parking lot, parking space, then that's where I need to gain the wisdom of the different houses of the family members, the friends, the teachers, the offenders. There's a lot of offenders in that area, lots of them, So I have to take all that in consideration. And I'm finding that the more that I work on this map from him leaving the roadhouse, it's aligning with some of these places, some of these schools, some of these campgrounds, and there's a lot of patterns, that with the work that I do, patterns are just constantly showing up. And so once you start noticing those patterns and you're saying, well, okay, well, what do you mean by pattern, Jen? What are you meaning by a pattern? It's just degrees. Like if I'm constantly seeing a 17 degree in 18 minutes, a 17:18. If I'm constantly seeing the 17:18, who does that 17:18 go to? It goes to Katie Proudfoot. No matter what time she's born, she's got a 17:18 in her chart. And if I'm constantly seeing that pattern, that 17:18 then becomes, in my brain, it becomes Katie. So if I see a 17:18, there's Katie. I'm seeing her. So if I say I see Katie in the chart constantly showing up, that's what I mean. I hope that makes sense to some of you.
Okay, guys, so that does make perfect sense to me. And again, Jen just does a very good job of explaining that kind of stuff. Faye says, in my opinion, why the military operation at 3:10 a.m. if Sebastian didn't make it home. And I'm stuck there too, Faye. And the only thing I can think of is to either create a diversion or, maybe something they did forget. But I just don't see them doing, I just don't see them creating attention and putting it at their house because they never wanted anybody to have that attention on their house, understandably so. But for all intents and purposes of this case, I don't see why they would bring it to their front door unless it was part of what had transpired or happened. Although, like I said, without seeing that trash can video, I can't say either way if Sebastian made it home or not. But I'm with you. I mean, there's no reason to risk that. So I hear what you're saying.
You may not understand. Yeah, he can't be tracked. He's the video of him taking the trash out is just, that's not if Seth can't make it out, then he can't make it out. If he says it's way too dark and too grainy, you can't tell that it's Sebastian, you can't. He's not going to just bold-faced lie. And if he saw his son taking out the trash, he would say that. But he said that no. And I wish that the law enforcement would show us that. If there's nothing to see, show us that there's nothing to see. Let that come out. Give the public something so we can say without a shadow of the doubt, we can't see Sebastian. Or we can see Sebastian. Because remember, Katie is like, oh, it's definitely him. The FBI cleared it up. It's definitely him. She is not telling the truth. And let me just tell you, she has a major opposition with the FBI. And it's I want to say it's in transit, but let me see. I'm pretty sure they just had that opposition. Yeah. There's another one that's coming too. So it's going to be with the Flame of Life with Katie. And this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting to watch and observe and see how this opposition with the FBI shows up for her. It would do me a lot of good if she would just watch and listen. Because when I tell her days that she could be watching with the FBI, then she would know what I know. Law enforcement couldn't retrieve activity information from the young man's cell phone that would prove activity after the roadhouse. Digital footprints are left when phones are used. Yeah, and Sebastian, even though, a teenager, his phone wasn't like, there was nothing on his phone. So there was really no reason for him to even be on his phone because it wasn't a cool, fun device for him. He was pretty much on a lockdown. I couldn't imagine having a foot on my neck all the time and just being locked down all the time. I feel like I don't know for sure because I don't know Sebastian and I wasn't there when he was at his home and I wasn't there when he was at Seth's. But I get the idea that when he's at Seth's that he has a little bit more freedom. He doesn't have a lockdown. He has more fun. They go fishing. They, do father-son stuff. But when he's when he was at home, it was so different, That's my opinion. I don't know for sure. Texas Roadhouse is the only fact. And the one person that I see with Sebastian that I cannot resolve there is his mother. That's the only person that I'm focused on. Nobody else am I focused on but her and her interaction with her son. I know that everybody is different with their kids. I know that I'm different with my kids. I couldn't imagine being at the dinner table, sitting there eating with my son and not having conversations, not. And I know we didn't see the whole video, the entirety of the video, but it just seems very cold and he seems very nervous. He seems like, it just doesn't appear like that they're super close. And maybe they were just having a bad day, but it didn't seem like it was a bad day, did it? They had so much fun. I know that Sebastian would have been the type of person that I think that Sebastian is. I know that he would have been really irritated and disappointed when they went to, when they went to the bowling alley and he couldn't bowl. Because he was excited. He was excited to go bowling. And so, for an autistic kid, once they get their mind set on something and then, or, even me, I mean, I got my mind set on something and then I've got to rearrange my schedule. It throws me off. Like, I'm just like, whoa, I can't handle it. Oh my God, I thought it was going to be like this. So Sebastian, I think he was upset that they didn't get to bowl, but there's something up. There's something up with that place too. So I think it would have been easy for Sebastian to get somewhere, to get, and I wouldn't even exclude. So I think that Sebastian's closest family with Katie, her little group right there. But I wouldn't discount the fact that there could be an attorney involved too, that there could be an attorney that knows. Exactly, yeah. All he had on the phone was a few contacts and a calculator. Yeah. I think that there could be an attorney, though. I know the FBI and TBI analyzed his console data to see if he had been communicating with anyone online prior to his disappearance. They have upgraded their cyber in 2026. And it does make you wonder, that was the first thing that came to my mind when he first went missing, is there's an offender that lives 1 mile away. And I just knew that this offender had him, that this is it. This is the one. We got to go to his house. This is it. This is where Sebastian's at. Because you think about, when you're just brand new to a case and you're just seeing it, you're thinking, oh, he's a teenager. He's online, he's going to be gaming, and we don't know for certain what Sebastian was able to access, because kids, they're going to do what they're going to do. And sometimes they do stuff behind your back and you're like, what? I didn't know you did that. And you're like, yeah, they're telling you this when they're 25. Yeah, mom. Yeah, I took your car out, and you was asleep, and I was 16 years old, didn't have my license yet, and blah, 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 blah. And I went here and went there. And you're like, I never knew. So there could be some things that we just don't know. And with the cyber, with things, with the new tech, we just have to keep an open mind. We just have to keep an open mind. There are certain reasons why I think Chris and Katie, there are certain reasons why I think it's definitely them. But there's also a part of me that's going to keep an open mind, because we just don't know. We just don't know certain things about Sebastian's life, and everything that was leading up to him leaving the home. He was having issues at home. They had just had a parent-teacher conference. He was having issues at home. He was having issues at school. I can't give my child a cell phone. Went to get groceries and I got some cash back to get lunch. She took the cash and gave it to an employee. He wouldn't give it back to her. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. She's special needs. Wow. Unbelievable. Not laughing, showing love. It was called, of course. Jill, why did you cash at me? Are you still in here, Jill? Mob crew now believes he didn't make it home, and the car at 3 a.m. returning his clothes for proof of life for law enforcement the next day. As I said 2 years ago, I still don't think that they would have planned this out. I don't think that there would have been a need for a 3 a.m. car, because Chris and Katie would have planned this out very detailed and well. Military people, Virgo people, they would have definitely planned this out. I just don't see where they would need to swap any clothes. They would have had that planned out. I'm having a hard time with that. Yeah, why did you cash at me? You cash at me $40? Did you mean to do that? There is a lot that doesn't make sense. So much. I hate thinking she drove him to a desolate place and told him to walk home and took his shoes. in my opinion, a DA, possibly. CP also said he could be found in the woods, passed away. Yeah. I've talked about it on the channel where I think that there was a swap. And I don't think that the swap involved needing to go back to the home and deliver clothes. But I could be wrong, I could be wrong. It's just my opinion. Just my opinion. I don't think that she drove him to a desolate place and told him to walk home, or took his shoes or any of that. I think that there was he was somewhere else instead of home. Now, if the law enforcement has proof, so that's something else too. Look, if I were to text and ask law enforcement, like Tony did, because Tony was back and forth talking to the law enforcement with Seth. They were in group texts and stuff. If I were to be one of those people, right, and I'm texting the law enforcement back and forth, and I ask them, do you think after all of this that Sebastian made it home? I would expect an answer, a yes or a no. I wouldn't expect that person to just not text me back, especially after we've been talking a bunch, and then all of a sudden that's the last text. I don't know that the TBI and the FBI know that Sebastian made it home either. We really don't know. All we know is what YouTubers and TikTokers are talking about. That's it. And we are buying the theories until we can't buy the theories, until maybe we change our mind, But I do like hearing other people's theories. Oh, Jill, thank you, honey. Thank you so much. Oh, Reno, thank you, babe. Reno, thank you. I know $3 is, it seems like it's not a lot, but it is. It is. It adds up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it can get the best of you, It can definitely get the best of you, and you got to take breaks. You got to take breaks if you can. Problem is, Seth can't take a break. This is his life every day, every day, every day. And what can we do to help find these kids? I'm telling you what we can do. What Tony has suggested us do is just put out flyers. They knew a tracking dog was coming out. They had to make it look like he left the home. And when the law enforcement said that they have no proof that Sebastian left the home, I believe them. And so if there's no proof that he left the home and he's not in the home, then he didn't make it home. That's kind of what it seems like to me if we just, use our noggin here. Yeah, it does take a toll, doesn't it, D Green? It sure does, honey. It sure does. It sure does. Oh, Jules, honey, thank you so much. That's a lot. That's a lot for me. I really appreciate your support, all of y'all. Even if you can't, I really appreciate all of you guys. Really. Thank you so much, Jules. It means so much. Sebastian, there is no way that. Yeah, thank you, Reno. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Jill. You're so good. Y'all are really so good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It means so much to me. Starving artist over here, right? We are Sebastian's army, and Sebastian has, his dad is the general of the army, okay? And when Seth asked us to do things like, putting flyers out. It's the same thing that Tony's been asking, put the flyers out, talk to people about Sebastian. Doesn't matter where you live. I don't care if you're in another country. Even if you're in another country, it's okay. He could be there. You could be the one that finds Sebastian, that brings him home, that brings awareness to somebody, and they go, oh my God, I know this kid. Like, I literally know this kid. I love you too, babe. Thank you. And thank you for being a member for 3 months. You sweetheart. Thank you. Yeah, hit the thumbs up. It's free. It is very sad. It's very sad, cat lady. It is, honey. No matter what people said about him, how people felt about him, the one thing that they can't take away from him is his good family values. Good family values. And to see him, guys, to see him talk about his kids was like seeing me talk about mine. He adored his wife. He adored his children. Absolutely did anything and everything for them. It was driving him crazy having a teenage girl growing up and coming into herself and guys liking her and stuff, and then you got his son with the music and all that. And Tony was he loved life. He loved going fishing, taking the trips. The trips that he and Dana would take were phenomenal, but he was a hard worker. He wasn't able to just do that without finances. And he worked hard for his money. He worked hard. And he worked hard for his friends. He was working hard for Sebastian. He was working hard for Seth. And if you've ever had a friend like Tony, you cherish them. A lot of us don't have friends like that. I remember one of the last times that we went out to eat, and I told Jeff, I was like, please pay for hours. I don't want Tony to think that he has to pay for hours all the time. And, so we tried to do our best to where Tony didn't feel like he had to wine and dine us. But he loved it. He loved to do that. And that's his love language. Everybody has their own love language, and that's Tony's love language. And yeah, he's just a year older than me. I'm 53 and he's 54. I got his birth time. I got his birth time, and one day I think we'll look at it. It's probably going to be a members only, but just because, I don't know, sometimes the things that I say, I want to keep close to the vest and want to share it. Sharing is caring. I want to share the things that I see when I look at this chart, especially in hindsight. You gain the wisdom, but I don't like for everybody else to see, that are not nice people. Tony literally called me after Suit passed, my 12-year-old shepherd. He didn't have to. He did it because he knew I was hurting. He is such a good friend. He's such a good person. Such a good person. And the people that didn't give him a chance, that talked immediate shit and didn't give him a chance, you had a chance to change your mind. And you didn't get it. You didn't get to be blessed to know Tony, because I think that those of us that did get to know Tony, that did get to talk to Tony, did get to learn from him, we were blessed for that time, and we'll never forget it. Never forget it. And my heart breaks for Seth. There is one person besides his family that loved Tony and that Tony loved, and that is Seth Rogers. Not me, Not this one, not this creator, not that creator, not this creator, not this friend. No, Seth. Seth and him were like brothers, like the brother that Seth never had, you know? Loyal friend. Yes. Loyal. And he's got a Cancer moon, and a lot of us with Cancer moons are loyal. We are loyal, intuitive people with that Cancer moon, and was critical. You know, Tony's critical, his critical Uranus, and it made contact with that moon. And I have a critical moon in Cancer too that Uranus is coming to, or that came to. And that moon that Uranus shook up, it shook Tony up first, and then it shook me up last night. So it's a shaker and a waker, brings abrupt changes. And it did bring abrupt changes. That degree is a degree in which I share with Joshua, who died of cancer, my stepson. It's a degree in which I share with Jeff. I share with my ex-husband, and I share with that creator that left me that nasty. I can even hear her. But
okay, guys, before we get into that, because this is going to be really funny, and I just didn't want to talk also while Jen was telling about Tony, and so I just kind of really quick made a fast video of the Naruto running situation with Katie, right? So I want to share that with you guys really quick. So just bear with me. It's just a really short little one, right? But it says everything.
And we went home straight from Texas Roadhouse. And we were home for approximately 15 minutes before he took the trash out.
What would you like our viewers to know about your son?
Sebastian, he is high functioning autistic. He loves animals. He loves video games. He loves fishing. Green tea.
You're so goofy.
He's typically a very, very sweet boy. He can be quite temperamental, though, if he's overstimulated or if he's stressed out. He has a unique run. He runs like the Naruto anime character.
And he is on video, and the FBI was able to clear it up and confirm that it's him. Even though you can tell it's him from a mile away because of how he runs, it's just, you could tell from his mannerisms. The second you look at it, it's him running, but still.
Yeah. Okay, Katie. Tell us another whopper. All right. So I just wanted to show you guys that. That's just a short one. You guys could go pull it up later.
And we went home straight from Texas Roadhouse.
Whoops.
And we were home.
Oh, and I forgot to say that part of that is one of my videos, but I also found this clip from Hindsight. Is how I got this to all go together. And of course, Seth was the one that gave the video. That was Seth, at the park with Sebastian, and he was playing tag, and he got him on camera. Doesn't look like he runs like Naruto to me. I'm gonna call a big bullshito Rito and Naruto. Okay. So there you have it, folks. And, you guys can make up your own mind, but the way I'm looking at it, Sebastian runs just like I run or anybody else runs, not like some character from an anime. But, whatever. I just want to point that out. And, she's telling Heather Cohen that the FBI, confirms that it was him. I think she was experiencing a bit of duper's delight, in my opinion.
I also share this degree with this nasty person who, when I got on live, I saw right before I got on live, I saw it. I saw the comment, and it was this one. This person also has that 2941 degree that I connect with. And this person to call me a stupid fool. Who's a fool now, honey? Because I know who you are. You just, What I do is definitely not evil. What I do is different. It's innovative. It's challenging to me and to those around me. Because as I learn, yeah. Oh, Linda, congrats, baby. Congratulations. Welcome to the Watchers, honey. Welcome. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Means a lot. Thank you for supporting this channel, sweetheart. Yeah, Canine, it's like, it's funny because I can actually hear her say that to me. And the funny thing is I would never, I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to tell everybody who it is, but I know who it is. And I share the same degree with this person. Like, I pulled up her chart and I'm like, it's definitely you. It's definitely you. I mean, I'm just convinced myself that it's definitely you. But they were coward. They couldn't even use their own screen name. But you want to talk shit to me? Talk shit. Let's talk. Let's talk it out. I'm that person. Ask anybody. Anybody. You know how I am. If I'm just too much, it's okay. You know, it's okay. We don't have to have a knockdown drag out or anything like that. But tell me how you feel. I'll tell you how I feel, and then we'll get over it. We can be back buds. But yeah. And it's crazy that that person at 4:01 a.m., because you know an astrologer loves timestamps. So I pulled the chart up and it's the same exact time. So this, this time right here, I'm watching, right? I'm watching this time period. But this time period begins at 2:13 a.m. Well, at 4:01 a.m., it's still involving Sebastian. Like, it's literally still involving him. But other people and me, I'm seeing myself in this timestamp at 2:13 a.m. But at 4:01 a.m., it's showing me this person with this information about Tony. And this person that wrote me that nasty stuff has also talked about Tony. So that person can talk about Tony, but I can't. Okay, because I'm just stupid. I'm foolish. I'm dealing with astrology. And I just don't know what you're doing. And I can't even, it's people like that. Get on my level. Go back to sleep or get on my level. I'm going to sit here and wait for you to get on my level. And I'm not saying that because I'm just like, whoa. I'm saying that because I've worked my ass off to get here. And I went through a lot of pain. I went through a lot of suffering. And God, as my witness, has brought me here. Not selling real estate. No. Being a humanitarian. Accepting donations. Being a starving artist. This is difficult work.
Amen, Jen. Jen just hits the nail on the head right here as well. She does. It's just, that's how it is. It's not easy. It's not like the most glamorous thing. It's more difficult than getting up here and just talking smack about everybody, and pointing out everybody else's flaws and stuff. It's a lot different to create videos, to try to, be entertaining to a certain degree, but also convey something through an art, right? Like what Jen is saying. The way we do things is completely different, but it's also bringing more to the table than most, in my opinion, if I do say so myself.
I don't just get on here and run my mouth about other people's content. I work hard. So get on my level, right? And Tony knows. I don't understand what you do. I am easy to talk to. Yeah, there's no need to hide behind another name. No need to hide behind another name unless you just want to be a coward. You don't want to say it with your chest out. If I got something to say about somebody and I feel like that they really need to know, I'm going to say it with everything I have. And you're going to know who I am. I'm not going to hide behind another fake name. And not only that, look, why in the world, if I don't agree with something that I see on social media, I just scroll. Why? It trips me out the people that won't scroll and that want to talk shit. That's right. That's right. Can we have it? Oh my gosh. If you think about it, you probably already know.
This is so funny. I still have no idea who Jen's talking about, so don't ask me. I don't know. But it's just funny as hell because people start like, trying to get Jen to tell the name. And so they're like, what about if I sent you $10, chat or whatever? And this is where it gets funny. Just cracking me up over here.
If you think about it, you probably already know. Let me show it to you again. I'm telling you, you can hear it. I can hear it. And I just it's almost comical. Like I'm not even upset because it's so funny. I'm not even upset because it's so funny to actually know who it is. And they don't know that I know who they are. But to call me a stupid fool, this person is the stupid fool. Evil nonsense. Evil.
Jen is not evil. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. Oh my gosh, Jen's real spicy, but she's also very open-minded and good-hearted and caring. And yeah, I'm an Okie. It's like I'm an okay. I'm an Okie, I guess. So I know I was gonna ask her. I meant to I meant to ask her because I told her, I said, I'm gonna review you tonight. And she says, okay. And I said, I just because you did such a good job. And I said, and also you knew Tony a lot better than I did. And so, but I meant to ask her. I should have asked her, but it's funny. I'm like, I'll say it, I don't care. But yeah, that was just so mean. And the thing is people are just hateful like that. Just yeah.
Oh my God. Evil? You have no right to do this. I don't. I have the right to do whatever the hell I want to freaking do. Sit down, honey. Sit down. And you don't want to spar with me. You don't want to. You want to sit down. You want to be a good girl. Be a good girl. Yeah. All you got to do is just think about it. You can hear this person say it even. Like you can even hear him say it. No, because it's going to give it away. I can't do that. Y'all put your thinking cap on. You'll know. I know. I have no right to do what? I have no right to talk about Sebastian and Tony. Jeff and I had Tony here at our home. We had Dana here at our home. We are friends with Seth. And this person is very egotistical, all about their self, and has no true content of their own, just their mouth, just running their freaking mouth. Has no idea what loss is, what child loss is, what a true loss is. Very disrespectful person is who that is. Even with the you're on the same side as me. You act like you like me when we're face to face. You don't act like I'm an evil, stupid fool when we're face to face. But if this person acted like that when we were face to face, she'd probably get slapped.
Jen, I love Jen. She's so funny. Yes, Cindy. Good to see you, Cindy. Thank you for being here. He did pass away, unfortunately. Yes. Yeah, I know. There's so many on YouTube, Little Miss Sharon, and I keep thinking, I'm like, I don't know who it is. I don't. But Jen over here, that's why I gotta mute my mic because she's cracking me up over here.
$5 for one letter. Y'all already know. Y'all know. Y'all know who it is. You don't even have to, I don't even have to tell you no. You know. I'm not going to say yes or no. Y'all know. You know. All you got to do is hear this person in your mind's eye. That's right. They just, I do. And you know, the thing is that I now understand. Like, I now understand because as a kid, I'll take a vowel. I love you guys. You're guessing right. I'm telling you guys. Yeah. Yeah. A better hobby for sure. Other than don't come on my front porch, honey. You better make sure you got your front porch all crystal clear and clean. And don't come on my front porch trying to take a shit. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. Yeah. I mean, until you have a loss, until you see death, until you are stripped and struggled and down on your knees, this person has had an easier life than most people. They're very spoiled, egotistical, and just inconsiderate. And I just have to, that person wouldn't say that to my face. Yeah, shit on your own front porch. Don't be coming over your mine. That's what my grandmother used to say. You better make sure your front porch swept. Don't come over here trying to clean mine. I got this porch. I got this one. And that's another thing too. Like, you know, Tony didn't understand what I did. He didn't understand it. Seth didn't understand it, but he went to my hot spots. He went to a couple of my hot spots in the water. So, you know, I think that for a closed-minded person, I've had to my whole life growing up, I was always different. You know, I was always that different kid. And the different kid in me is still, I'm still here. You know, that little kid and that gets their feelings hurt when people call me names. But I've gotten that so much when I started switching from real estate to, I mean, even my family was like, what is she doing? She's went crazy. And I did. I mean, I went through, you know, a Chiron return, and that's called a midlife crisis. Your shit's going to change. Okay. That's something that Steve Fisher is going through right now. Stephen Fisher, you know, the PI, he's going through a Chiron return right now. Dumb ways to get hit for $200, Alex.
That was hilarious, by the way, Michelle. Dumb ways to get hit for 200, Alex. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there's so many alts. I don't know. That's the thing. I mean, there's so many friggin' alts, you know? Who knows? And there's a plethora of annoying, ignorant people on here, so I don't know.
Okay, third letter, first name going for 10. Y'all are hilarious. I needed this too. I needed this. Thank you guys. I love y'all so much. We need to have a good laugh. And that's something that this person calling me a stupid or whatever they called me. It's, you know, I've got thick skin today. I got thick skin. You can't, I've grown up with this type of energy combating me, and I am definitely more mature. I've grown. I've got thick skin. You can't call me names and me go crying to my mama or to my family or jacking you in the jaw, because used to little Jennifer would have reacted before she thought, and you might have gotten a black eye, a little spitfire. But today I'm not like that. I'm not. Oh my gosh, deal or no deal. Never dang mind, Vanna. A constant. Okay, look, y'all can hear it. You can literally hear it in this person's voice. Think about it. Think about it. This person is upset. They're mad. They're upset about Tony dying. And they're taking it out on me. I have every right to talk about whatever the hell I want to talk about on my channel. This is astrology channel, you know, something that this person has no clue.
No, I do not think it's Smiley. But that's funny. Jen goes, "This is astrology." That's too funny. I really, guys, I have no clue. I have no clue who it is. I don't. I do not know at all. Not at all.
Never understand. The IQ is this small. Lord, forgive me. I don't mean to be mean. I don't want to be mean.
Sharon.
Have they ever been on this channel? I don't know. Not on panel. Nope. A good question. You now know, you know. Yep. Let's make a deal. Yeah. Yeah, guys. Yeah, you can hear it. I love you guys. I swear I do. I don't go on a lot of other channels, so I really don't know. D Green, I think you do know this person. Definitely been in the bushes. Evidently. I don't understand. I really don't. I mean, I stay in my own lane. I do my own thing. I create my own content. You know, sometimes I'll be looking at other people's content, you know, and speaking of, y'all know who this person is. You just do. You just do. But, and I'm not, you know, I'm not going to hate. I'm not going to. That's not who I am. I'm not going to, you know, punch back. I'm not going to do it. Hurt people, and I don't want to be that one to hurt them even any more than they're already hurting. We are hurting about, you know, Tony, and we may do things a little different. You may do things different than me, but that's okay. We aren't the same. We shouldn't be the same, and we should respect one another and the work that we bring to the table, because I'm good at what I do and I'm only getting better. And if that person would really give me the chance and step outside of themselves, outside of their ego, and really give me the chance, you know, maybe things could be different. But this person is very immature. Y'all know who it is. I'm reading some of these comments. Y'all know. Y'all know. I gotta blow this thing out. It's stinking. Make my sinuses all jacked up.
That's funny, because no, I don't think it's Tex, because you know what? I think that Tex is afraid of Jen. I really do. Is it Conan? My PTSD is a Conan. Yeah, Blue Love, and I don't think it's TL either. I don't know though. I don't know who it is, so I don't know how I can say I don't think it's this one or that one, but I don't think it is. I don't know.
Out the pooper scooper. Oh, I'd be trying to come over on my porch just a pooping. Whew, and the more you stir shit, the worse it stinks, right? The worse it stinks. So I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, people get weird with things that they don't understand. I agree. They do. And I've witnessed it firsthand. I mean, and they will say some mean, hateful things to me. And it's like, whoa, like you're too programmed, honey. You're just too programmed. When people are so programmed, they can't think outside the box. They're not a free thinker. You can't advocate you can't be an advocate and for free speech, and you don't even understand free speech. Come on.
Yeah, this is true. I don't know, Chuchi, if it's Proudfoot because she said she has the person's birth time and has done a reading for them. So I don't know.
Come on. Oh, peace, love, Jeeps. Yeah, you do. Oh, you do. You know. It's best practice. Yep. I just try to stay in my own lane. And then when you want to come in my lane and tell me what to do in my own lane. Who died made you? My mama. And second of all, I'm the elder. Say yes, ma'am. Just say yes, ma'am. That's what I tell Seth. I'm the elder. He likes to make fun of me because I'm older. Well, guess what? I'm the elder. I'm older than you. But he listens to old music. Like, and if he's in the bushes, he knows it. He listens to my old music. I listen to some old music too. I'm talking about, I won't even go there. I won't even go there because he's probably in the bushes, or he'll watch it later or something, or scan through at this exact time where I'm talking about him. I never know what's going on in the most wonderful way. What up, Georgia? What's up? Georgia just became a member. I was so happy. I do not know Tony at all. I heard you say he is like a brother for Seth. He is. He is such a great. Let's watch this because Seth is definitely an old soul. I hate to talk about him, but I don't. Seth is he's got a lot of talk, but he is an old soul. He's very intuitive. He's very wise. He understands a lot. He listens. He's a great listener. He understands. He gets people. I know it. I'm so happy. Tony died of a broken heart. He was just a year older than me. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Condolences to Tony's family. Seth is definitely one of kind. Oh my gosh. Jill, was he playing his old music for you when he was here? Yeah, Seth and Lark, they crack each other up. Where's Shauna? Where's Shauna been? Anybody talk to her? Like, where's she at? I haven't seen her or talked to her. Wise beyond his years, he is. He definitely is. I was wanting to show you guys this. We'll take it back for just a minute. As we are talking about Tony. Let's take this back for just a minute. Let's see. Let's look at this. Let's look at this, guys. Let's look at this. Turn the volume up. There we go.
We hope you guys enjoy the show tonight. And Mr. Rogers, go ahead and take it away, buddy.
All right. First, I would like to start it off with a prayer. This one is, Christmas to me really is not going to be Christmas without my son. Christmas is about spending time together with your family, to me. And Heavenly Father, we come before you with heavy hearts, lifting up the children who are missing, especially during the season of hope and joy. Lord, we ask for your divine protection and guidance. Surround these children with your love and light, and bring them safely home to their families. We pray for strength and comfort for their parents, their families, and all those who are searching. May they feel your presence and know that they are not alone in their pain and worry. Fill them with hope, peace, and the assurance that you are working in ways beyond what we can see. We ask for wisdom and courage for those who are helping to search, that they may be led by your hand. Bring clarity to those who are in positions to help, and grant them perseverance in this search. Father, as we celebrate the birth of your Son, remind us all of the deep love and compassion you have for every child. May your light shine brightly for those who are lost, and may your peace fill the heart of those who wait to be found. In your name we pray. Amen.
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 Amen. And, this is why we love Seth. This is why we care for Seth so much, is because he's always out there doing things like this, genuine acts of love for Sebastian. Right? I mean, I just don't understand why it's always something crazy or people are making up rumors.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. Asana AI.
Yes.
Go ahead. It's okay.
It's Nick.
Okay. Yeah. We'll bring Nick on. We'll bring him on first as soon as you get done doing your intro.
There's a lot of people I'd like to say thank you to. I mean, I'm still going through this list. It's
take your time, buddy.
The reason why I wanted to show just a snippet of this with the prayer is simply because this is when, Seth was there during the holidays. And that's the way that Tony is. During the holidays, you want your friend, if you are really a true friend, you're going to invite your friends to family gatherings, especially during the holidays, because Seth's family isn't here. He's missing. Seth has Sebastian as family. And during the holidays, not only is Seth not going to have Sebastian if we continuously have holidays without Sebastian, but he's definitely not going to have any more with Tony. And this is the way that Tony is. He's a family man. Opening up his home to Seth, weekends at a time, taking him fishing, taking him on searches, buying hot dogs and hamburgers and drinks for everybody for vigils, paying for this, paying for that, doing this, doing that, going here, going there, going to the other side of the United States, looking for Sebastian. That's the man that Tony is. That's who we as a team have lost. The spokesperson, the one that, was trying his best to be a good friend, to protect Seth,
Absolutely, guys, and I can't even say it better myself. So, oh, Bo, that's amazing. You guys are so awesome. And thank you, Blue Love. Thank you very much. And Cindy, Seth's been in chat and I don't want to speak for him, but I think he's doing as well as can be expected. It's just so um it's so unexpected, you know. Um none of us was really none of us could foresee this, I guess.
Tony would say, I don't know Sebastian. I'm not working for Sebastian. I'm working for Seth. I'm working to help Seth protect himself and protect the integrity, but to also put pressure where pressure is needed, because he's an advocate for the missing. That's who Tony is. He is just a very giving person. Very giving person. You too, Star Child. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you. Hey, Barb. Good to see you, hon. Good to see you, Barb. Yes, Tony will definitely be missed. Definitely be missed. I mean, he does everything that he can. He just did everything that he could, and he was, man, he strapped himself with a lot on his plate. He had so much on his plate, but he was never complaining about it. He wasn't complaining. He was just always doing what he needed to do, always doing what he needed to do. So, I wanted to show this though, because this is who he is right here. Yep, he stood tall through all the bullying, the lies about him. Nobody should ever have to go through all that he did, especially when he's looking for a missing kid. Yep, I totally agree, Dozen Roses. Yep, totally agree. He went through a lot. And, it really took a toll on him. It really took a toll on him when people were going real life on Tony, going real life on his kids, on his family, calling his job, going real life. And the same people that complain about them being attacked, them being attacked at their job and losing their job and all of this stuff. Well, it's the same people that went real life on Tony. And they're going to get it. I mean, what comes around goes around, right? It may not be in this lifetime, but it's going to come. It's going to come. You get what you give. You better be giving some good stuff, because you're going to get it. And it's just sad. The things that I've heard, like I had a phone call this morning and she was telling me about some of the things that she saw on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook that much. And the people that she saw this post from, they blocked me a long time ago. And that's fine, block me. I don't care. Doing me a favor. But they did. They blocked me because of Tony. And or not because of Tony, but because of their hatred for Tony. Their posts and the comments that she was reading me, I was like, oh my gosh. Like, even in his death, they're bullying him and attacking him. Even in his death. That just shows you people's character. And if you see that, rather than calling it out, just block them. Just don't entertain shit like that, because people like that, they're going to have their own wake-up call. They're going to have to be dropped to their knees. And they haven't been dropped to their knees just yet. But
yeah, I agree with that 100%. Anybody that would do any of that is I don't want anything to do with them ever. Ever. No. No, I don't want to be with them when their karma hits.
They're going to. They're going to. And I got their birth time too. I can tell you that for sure. It's coming. Yeah, like them or leave them. That's right, Rachel. I have to say, like them or leave them. End of the day, all in Sebastian's corner. His main cheerleader, his dad, and all who's watched through the waves of Wi-Fi. I hate to say this, but I must.
Good night, Bo.
Shame on all who, in a time of darkness, a father holding on to the edge of a chair. Had Tony. Yes. Mm-hmm. Who is it's so easy for people to be mean. It just seems so easy for them to be so mean. And they're grown adults and they're raising kids. Some of them are. Some of them are trying to, and they're a kid themselves. I'm glad that you do. I'm glad that you do. I think that there should be accountability. There should be accountability. Definitely. I'm sorry, I just can't. Thank you. What can you not do? Yeah, it's true, Jackie. It's true. I couldn't believe it either. Like I literally, just I feel like we need to talk about it, for some of us that are just shocked. I mean, I knew that Tony wasn't having good health, but I sure didn't expect this. Sure didn't expect it. And I'm worn out from the shock. Tony dodged his health conditions that were pertinent, yet chose to keep saving Seth's face as many attempted to knock his father down. Yep. Yeah. I agree, Rachel. Yeah. The only thing that I know of for sure is that he just, I don't know, but I think that he passed away in his sleep. And I think that I think that he died of a broken heart. His best friend had just passed away. He was taking him back and forth to get chemo, and his childhood friend, his brother, like he calls all of us brothers and sisters. His very, very close childhood friend had just passed away just a few weeks ago. His father-in-law passed away a couple of months ago, and then his best friend, who he was taking back and forth to get chemo. And he when you watch someone that you love pass away and in pain, because cancer is painful, right? I think that it took a toll. The last time that I saw Tony, I hugged him and I told him I was sorry that he was going through, all that stuff with his friend. And then I had gotten word that his friend had passed away. So I texted him and I told him that, I was sorry for his broken heart. He hearted it. I figured if he wanted to talk about it, he called me and he didn't. So I didn't pressure him. End of day, like Seth, BHB, Clue, social media, like with TL and the games and jokes in a missing child's case. Tony stood tall aside the allegations degrading, and still he stayed safe in Sebastian's army. Yep. He sure did.
Oh, yeah.
At the end of the day, I mean, all he wanted to do was just protect Seth.
I agree. And, I also want to just say to Dana, I'm sorry about her loss of her father. I mean, I can't imagine a couple months ago going through that, and then now Tony. So yeah, very, very sad. you know. Rachel, you said it well though. There's been a lot of games. Now we got double Rachel on the screen. But there has been a lot of games and stuff. You're absolutely right. And it is. It's like ridiculous, and we poke fun at it, but it is. It's just so absolutely absurd.
He learned a lot. I think that there was a lot of things that if Tony could have gone back and did things different, in Sebastian's case, he would have. But he didn't have a handbook. We all have to make mistakes and learn from them, and he was definitely learning. He was learning from his mistakes. He wasn't making that many mistakes, but the mistakes that he did make, he learned from them. It is so sad. Yeah, he was heartbroken. Tony was heartbroken. Y'all used to talk about being from Oklahoma. Yeah. It's an 8-hour drive for Jeff and I think that they're going to have severe weather Thursday and Friday. So I don't know any of the arrangements or anything like that, but I'll definitely keep you guys posted about maybe collecting something to send from all of us, doing something like that, to send flowers, to send dinner or something like that to Dana. Poor Dana, when you get taken care of and you got a fine husband that takes care of everything, it is a blessing, but it can also be a curse because, and I'm not saying that Dana don't know how to do anything to fend for herself. She does. She's a grown woman, but her husband took great care of her. I'm talking about great care of her. Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that. I'll try to I don't know if y'all have any type of ideas, send them to my email. Anything that we could do, just send it to my email and we'll get to working on that. We'll get to working on that and we'll take some donations and we'll send, because and Dana's going to have a birthday coming up in May, after everybody is gone and, the funeral is over and all of that, she's just going to be there, like in her own sorrow and sadness. And that's when I feel like we could also come again to bring her some type of help, something that would make her life easier. Oh, lovable babe. Oh, thank you. We love you, babe.
Well, and I will say too, guys, that what Jen is saying is true, and I think it's also good to remember, to support Dana even after all of this. But we'll definitely get together about doing something special for her. And it's hard because I watched my mother die from cancer, and it really took a toll on my dad. They were married for 25 years, and it was like both of my parents were gone after my mom died. So when people are so close like that, it really is sad to see.
We love you. Yeah, we'll chat later. Yeah. Maybe we can get Trisha. We'll get Trisha in on that too with our little group text. And I found out last night through Jules and Trisha and I were we have a group chat, little text that we text back and forth sometimes. And that's where I heard it from them. I just couldn't believe it. I'm just in shock. I just can't believe it. Yeah, there's my email, jennifertjennings@gmail.com. Any type of ideas that y'all may have to make her life, make it any better, because it's so, she's going to be just filled with sorrow. It's not something that she'll probably ever get over. They have been together forever, and their forever has stopped. And I really feel for Dana. This is really going to be difficult for her to make it through. But she's going to have to for her kids. She's going to have to for her kids. Creators, just remember, tomorrow isn't promised. Karma don't sleep. Side note, stop the fake names. Tony is free of cancer. He's with, yeah. His family, his wife, loved ones, many of Facebook land tried to defeat him. Yeah. Sure did. They tried, but they couldn't do it. There's a spider. Oh my God, it's a jumping one. It was a little bitty baby. What's it doing in here? Oh my God. It's probably from me opening the window. It's just so sad. Yeah, because I mean, they're that's all she knows. That's all she knows. Yeah, Lindsay, I mean, like, what she's going through. I mean, you don't know, but you could put yourself in those shoes and be like, oh my gosh, your childhood friend, your best friend, your confidant, your other half is no longer here, and you're having to pick up everything. And you're having, he has been the breadwinner. He's the one that took care of everything, that took care of her. And he loved taking care of her. He loves taking care of his kids. That is what makes Tony Matthysse. Like, he is a caretaker. Always thinking about other people, always doing for other people. And great sense of humor, just funny guy. Great sense of humor. Not, not a dull moment in conversation. It was like once we got back together, we would just all pick up where we left off. That's what we do, The YouTube crew, they come into town, like Trisha, she'll come into town. Jill, whoever, they'll come and show up, and we just, it's like we haven't skipped a beat. And
that's very true. Very, very true.
That's the way that Tony was too. We would just never skip a beat. But sad. It's sad. Yeah, she lost her dad. She just lost her dad just a couple of months ago. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she just lost her dad a couple of months ago. A few months ago, they've been going through a lot, their family, and these kids, they're going to be growing up without Tony. Braden and Harper, her dad's gone. Nobody to get advice from. It's difficult. And anybody and everybody that was blessed to know Tony, you're going to be feeling that emptiness, because he did do so much. Yeah. Yeah. So, Lindsay, I mean, it really took a toll on Tony. And then he was having his own health issues, and just watching your best friend pass away. Now you're having health issues. Now you're getting scared that something may happen to you, and then lo and behold, something does happen to him. I think he was intuiting it. I do. And even looking in the chart, I can see it, like where he could have been intuiting well before that happened. He could have been intuiting, knowing that something was coming. Something was shaking him up. He could feel it. And, I think that if any of us had a choice, which we don't, that we know of, but if any of us had a choice, wouldn't you want to go in your sleep? I hope that is true. That rumor that I heard, I don't know if it's a fact yet or not, But I did hear that, he died in his sleep. Dana just thought he was sleeping in, which he doesn't ever do. And then, she goes in there and he doesn't wake up. So, but I think that that's the way that I would want to go. Peacefully. A forever rest. And he can rest. He can definitely rest. And, it just makes you wonder if he's watching this, if he's watching us, if he's watching Harper, if he's watching Braden, if he's watching his wife, if he's getting that life review right now. They say that the first 3 days after you pass away that you get this life review for the first 3 days. And if you've ever had anybody close to you that has passed away, those first few days, you definitely feel them. Some crazy things could be happening, lights going off, different things happening, crazy phenomenon that's going down. A lot of times, they'll switch off your radio, the lights, something electrical. But usually during those first 3 days, things like that happen. I know it has with me, with each one of the deaths that I've been through. And I think that it is that life review where you're just, you're seeing what everybody is doing. Getting that last understanding of the switcheroo. Now we're looking at reality from another perspective. Now Tony's looking at reality from another perspective. So,
yeah, I agree. I think it's the best way to go. It would be peacefully, and you just never want anybody to ever suffer. And I agree too. Alexito says spirit lives forever. Forever. Hey, that's the beauty that God gave us a spirit. God is good. Trust me. There at the afterlife, this life, we are humans and are here to learn things and have a legacy. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And I think that um, you know, good and bad or, ugly, we're gonna, meet our maker. And I do believe that we live on. And I think, that's why when Jen says that about, feeling people and that sort of thing, it's because their spirit is still here. So yeah, absolutely.
death isn't final. That's what I've learned. Death isn't final. It's a transition. So it's just not the same. It doesn't make it any easier. It doesn't make it feel any better. The loss is there. The heart is hurting. You still hear things and feel my Grammy a lot. Yeah. I was cleaning up my drawers the other day and found my papa's old chew tobacco. It's a twist, I'm sure that y'all remember that. If you're older, have had grandparents, granddaddy, but the chew tobacco, the twist, and I did. I saw it and I was like, oh gosh. And I smelt it, I've got a shirt that he used to wear and he used to keep it in his front pocket, the twist tobacco in his front pocket. I think about Tony and remember when he was, I don't know. My cousin was 49, passed in her sleep. Oh man. There you go. There you go. Yeah, showing our age. Yeah. Yeah, ring doorbell, things happening like that. Oh yeah. Definitely is going, things happen like that. And so I would imagine that that's what we're going to see, That's what Seth will experience. It's what Dana and that's what they'll experience. knowing Tony, he will definitely let them know that he's around. Yep, it's just not our turn yet. That's right. I don't know if anybody wanted to come up, but I'll definitely put the link here again just in case.
And yes, Detroit, I will. I will. I took a nap today, and because usually Sunday, Mondays are kind of, but I did. I ended up taking a nap, and I missed Jen's call, so I have to get together probably tomorrow with them. So, but I think that's a beautiful memory, to do that, and yeah, we'll definitely get together on how we can, do something special for them. Yeah. So what I want to end with, guys, because I know I've been on here for a long time with you guys, but Tony had a huge impact on all of us, and it was just nice talking with you guys about that. But I do want to kind of leave us on a positive note. So I got to show you guys the iconic um, side eye that Seth gave Tony on when he was on Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, right? All right, so here we go. This is just a little one. I did a whole big episode on this, but here we go.
Also said she was going to bring me my shit in for the record.
Oh, baby, I like it raw. Wu-Tang Killer, the one killer bee, and he ain't for the kill now. Yeah, baby, I like it raw. Drop that down, pass it all around. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yeah. Give me the mic so I can take a wood.
Tonight, Sebastian Rogers' father, Seth Rogers, is with us, and the Rogers family spokesperson, Tony Matthysse, as well. Thank you both for coming here. What's your reaction, Seth and Tony, to what happened today or yesterday in court with Bullhorn Betty? And what are your thoughts about Bullhorn Betty and what she's been doing?
Well, Vinny, first off, thank you for having us tonight. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get. Let me be crystal clear about something. That entire family lied under oath to get those protective orders. This family has spent more time trying.
Sorry, I just. No one will ever forget that, huh, Detroit? That was just too funny. That was so funny. Yeah, I figured that was just great because we all know crystal clear is something Mr. Chris says. And so it was like, oh God, no. Tony, what are you doing? That's just too funny. KJ says, I have a view on death and the morning is for the living. Yeah, it is. It is. Well, here we can only be in one place at one time physically, but when in spirit, you can be anywhere all at once. A powerful advocate. Yeah, absolutely. I agree, KJ Mack. I agree. And I do believe that, you know, Tony is not going to stop. This is not final. Like death is not final in my opinion. So yeah, I agree with that completely. Yes, and Sinfake Alexido says in my culture we believe that we are also from water as human beings. That's because when we're in a baby inside our mother's stomach is basically underwater, and water is God. We need to survive. We need it to survive, excuse me. God is everything in this world. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I agree. I agree. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tony. Thank you very, very much or excuse me, Seth. I read Tony Lee Mathis, for posting Tony's obituary. Yeah, and I'm gonna make a video too. So because I know Bo sent it over, but thank you, Seth. Um, oh my gosh, it was so funny, right? Oh my gosh, too funny. You know, and then we have this ridiculousness with, you know, Mr. Foot.
To silence people than they've spent looking for Sebastian. We know for a fact that there's no proof that Sebastian walked out of that home. And it makes you wonder what else they're lying about, Vinny. It also makes you wonder what would happen if Sebastian would have been able to file a protective order against his stepfather.
Seth, your reaction to what happened?
Wow. I mean, now that was powerful. When Tony's advocating like that for Sebastian, that's exactly right. Look, I'm pretty sure at this point they knew about what was going on in the house. Everybody became aware of that, you know? And so for Tony to say that, he's absolutely spot on. So, oh, Little Miss Sharon, thank you for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narrative membership. And if you got a membership from Little Miss Sharon, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. How cool. Thank you, Little Miss Sharon. So, yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. I love reading your guys' comments because you guys always have good ones. So, I know. Oh, Detroit says it just felt like a warm hug. I got goosebumps everywhere. Aw. Well, Detroit, I think that is a really, really great idea for what we should do. Something to just something for the family, you know.
Happened and what is happening in all of this?
My professional opinion, I would say something along the lines of Chris and Katie did something to my son. They're using Sumner County to cover it up and to hide themselves from the actual law.
And let me ask you, Seth, and we have no independent information. We know that police are saying there's no suspect. No one's been named as a suspect in any of this. But this seems to be, at least from my perspective, Seth, is it a change in the way you are seeing what has transpired through all this? Are you seeing things differently than you did before?
It's the evidence. I still believe my son is alive. I still believe he's somewhere. But the fact is that he was at their house last. There is no evidence that he ever left the house. And they, as Tony has stated, they have spent more money and time trying to get people to not speak about Sebastian than speaking about Sebastian. Sumner County hasn't come out since April with anything. And Katie won't come out and speak, won't ask for help to find Sebastian. I really have to say that she never loved her son.
What are you afraid of from Andrew Griffin?
What am I directly afraid of, sir? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, when you make a video threatening that you want to bring a gun from another state to this state, directly in videos related to me, my wife, my family, that's a threat, plain and simple.
Okay.
She also said she was going to bring a machete, for the record. A machete, for the record.
Rogers, Sebastian's dad, and Tony Matthysse. Just a quick clarification. Everyone's watching.
All right, sorry, I was having trouble pausing there. So, did you see Chris's face at the end there? For the record, he looks like a bitch. I mean, geez Louise. Let's just play that back real quick. All right. Did you get that, Vinny? A machete. And the way he says it too, machete.
For the record.
Oh, look at him.
Okay.
Really making a point. And then Vinny's like staring at it like, duh. Oh, Lord.
Back in, Seth Rogers, Sebastian's dad, and Tony Matthysse. Just a quick clarification. Everyone's watching that. Was she threatening to bring a machete to go after the Proudfoots?
Oh, my God.
Well, Benny, you being one of the better investigative reporters in this case, you know that if you take a 4 or 5 second clip out of an hour-long video, you can twist that and turn that into anything you want it to be. When she was talking about the things that she was going to need to be walking through these heavily wooded areas, one of the things that she mentioned she would probably need is a machete. But you don't get to see all that because that doesn't fit the narrative. Does that make sense?
Tony's like so calm. He's just like, okay, so what really happened, Vinny, is this, right? And he's like, does that make sense? Like, does it make sense that a little shorty like BHB is gonna come after Chris Proudfoot with a machete? No, it doesn't make sense.
Well, on top of that, if she had stated that she was going to bring a machete, don't you think the felon that made the video for the Proudfoots would have actually clipped that in there? And it wasn't clipped in there.
Okay, so that was a bit of a throwback. But yeah, it just shows what a good guy Tony was, standing up there with Seth, entertaining this ridiculous stuff. Oh, the karate machete. Karate machete. What are you exactly afraid of? The judge or the lawyer asked him, what are you exactly afraid? And anybody and anybody that wants to get perspective on this, just go back and look at the picture of me and Bullhorn Betty. First of all, I'm like at least 4 inches taller than her. Okay. She's small. And so, but mighty, right? But it's just funny to me, and especially because I had already made these videos and seen all this fuckery. And welcome to the Dragon Tribe, also, Alexito. All right. Oh my God. It's just too funny. And then I met Betty because she came with me to court. And so it was just freaking hilarious because when I first met her, I'm wearing high heels and I'm like very much taller than her then. And it was just so funny. Um, because here I expected someone that was much more intimidating, right? Not that Betty can't be intimidating, she does use her voice in order to do her advocacy, but it was just hilarious, I still didn't understand what the deal was. And so yeah, it was just too funny. Taekwondo Tony. Yeah, but I mean, that's really what it was. And we were telling Terry Lynn too that she needed to get a machete because, when you go through those woods and stuff, they're really thick and you do need something to kind of cut through them. I brought a machete, but I found out that I didn't really know how to use one. So I put it back in its sleeve. That's where it stayed. And I kind of used it to like guide away some of the branches and stuff. But when we were searching, but yeah, I mean, it could be very helpful for someone who knew how to use it. Um, but that's, but not to go after Chris Proudfoot. No, we don't want anything bad to happen to Chris because we want to see him do a perp walk, and we want to see him pay for if he had anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, right? So we don't want anybody hurt in this situation. We want justice, right? The way that it should be served for whatever happened here. But we're still going to figure that out. And look, there's been a lot of pressure on the case recently, which is good. Hey, Jesse, good to see you. Hey, just want to add to the spirit part of this to everyone, even if you don't believe or whatever, when that time comes, please cross over and go through to the light. Difference between ghost and spirit. Don't get stuck. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate that. Yeah, and hey, we're all entitled to have our own beliefs and everything. You know, I understand going through a spiritual journey like Jen was explaining how she went through hers, and you know I understand it. I understand that have to find the understanding, or we will get mad at God, you know? I mean, that just comes with the territory, right? Because who else created the earth and everything? So, you know, I mean, a lot of times, especially when you're younger, that happens, or when you've experienced a great tragedy, because it's too hard to understand, you know? Um, little Miss Sharon is so funny. You know? So, yeah, they are wild. It is wild, Blue Love. It's almost so ridiculous. It's like, come on. Um, again, it's one of those things where people blow things out of proportion, and it's so far from the truth. It's so distorted. Um, you know, so yeah, it's really something else. But you know, Tony was such a good friend to Seth through it all. And again, I do think that you know, it is absolutely devastating. So, you know, I'm just praying that his family goes through um a smooth transition, you know, which is hard. Um and yeah, let's light some candles. That's right, Detroit. And like I said, I'm gonna get together with Jen. We'll figure something out. We'll get everybody involved over here too, and just, you know, do our best to help out. You know, that's all we can do. And especially for someone who's done so much for other people, you know, and his wife too. And I know Tony has gotten a lot of credit, but you know, his wife being there and doing things as well. I never got a chance to meet Dana. I wish I did. You know, and so, but it takes a special woman to stand behind, you know, a special guy like Tony. So we also want to make sure that she feels loved and supported through this. Yeah, it's just really unbelievable. So, that's so sweet, you guys. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you guys. Um, so I will probably be back on again. Well, I'm gonna do a night show for Devlin because by that time they will have held their vigil for Devlin. So we'll do that. I'll schedule that, and I'll try to get a tribute video out. I'm gonna have to do a couple of them, you know, which is fine. Um, but I'll make sure that I get those out too. Um, so I won't be going live during the day tomorrow, but I'll put some videos out for you guys. Um, you know, I appreciate you guys being here. Tonight was not an easy live, but you guys made it easier. Jen made it easier by listening to her. Her voice is very calming, in my opinion, and you know, just a lot of insight and you know, sparking the discussion. Look, all of us are going to have our time. You know, we're not guaranteed anything on this planet, right? So the only thing that we can do is be good to each other, be there for each other, show each other grace, be of service to each other. I think that's the biggest takeaway from Tony, is just being of service to other people. Um, just being of service and maybe do something nice for somebody, you know, give someone a compliment, make their day, you know, that's something that we can do to honor Tony as well. You know, just do a random act of kindness for someone else. Um, but you guys are amazing. Aw, you guys are so amazing. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. And again, thank you to Bo. Seth, we're here for you. We appreciate you being here tonight. And um, you know, my heart goes out to you. I know it has to be um just so heartbreaking for you. Um, but you know, you have a lot of people who love and care for you, and I hope that you know that. And let's find Sebastian, guys. Let's find Sebastian. Let's find Devlin. Devlin will be a year today. Well, now this morning, yeah. So, yeah, absolutely lovely humans in the chat, KJ. Yeah, and thank you guys for sharing how you feel with me and with the chat. It's important that we talk about these things. Many of us have gone through a lot of losses in life, of loved ones and things like that. And the older we get, the more that's going to happen, right? So, or the more family that we have, the more loved ones that we have. Um, that's the risk we take, right? When we love someone. So, thank you, Tori. Says praying for Seth and always praying for Sebastian. Thanks, Tori. I appreciate you being here, hon. And don't work too hard. Um, that's right. That's right. Sinfake says, tell the ones you love, uh, tell them while they are still here, hey, I have never met my real parents and when I was 4 years old when my mother and dad passed away, but thank God he made me strong. You are strong too. Oh, that is so lovely of you to say, and also that it does make you stronger. It does, and I'm sorry for your loss as well. Yeah, and telling people that you love um while they're still here is so important, because even if you tell them every day, it still doesn't feel good enough if you lose them. um I hope that Tony knew um how much I looked up to Tony. I hope he knew that. um I think he did, because I did go to him for some guidance. um and so I really hope that he knew that I was definitely grateful to have him, on Sebastian's team, or be a part of Sebastian's army for me. So, um, all right, guys. Well, I love you all so very, very much, and I hope you all have a great day. And just be kind to one another on those streets. Ignore the haters; they're not worth it. All right, I love you guys. Have a great day.